Alright, so we're getting back to oxygen not included. We are on cycle 1064. We have access 3 different planets now. We've mostly got the oil planet sorted. We've mostly got the starting planet sorted. We are working on the radioactive planet. It's stable, but I haven't really gone and poked any of the radiation in a meaningful capacity as of yet. And all that kind of stuff. Rumchak said, I started my first Timberborn colony on hard difficulty. Pleasantly surprised at how bad I'm losing. Are you considering another Timberborn run? I'll probably do Timberborn again at some point. The only challenge with Timberborn with streaming is it is one of those games that it has okay viewership right after an update drops, and then just immediately nosedives. And it's just the nature of it's a very slow game. And I don't mean that in like a bad way, it's a very slow game for watching. It's kind of the same problem with games like Stellaris and that you have to make them entertaining by storytelling, and I don't think Timberborn gives you as much of an opportunity for proper storytelling. Like, there's not random events and that kind of stuff happening to like really differentiate it, that kind of thing. Okay, so kind of getting where we're at. We've got our first volcano. It's tamed. It's working fine. We have our second volcano hooked up. It should be tamed, but we haven't actually seen it go off yet. I like went long on my last stream that I played Oxygen Not Included, hoping to have it erupt, but it went from dormant to idle for 10 cycles, and I'm like, I can't stay on for another 10 cycles. That's not an insignificant amount of time. So I haven't actually seen it work. I'm pretty confident that'll be fine, because we have a tiny bit of air up here. Shouldn't be enough to really do much. It's nearly a vacuum out here as well. In here is a vacuum, and it should boil steam. I do think I'm going to end up needing more water in here. I almost certainly need more water. I definitely need more water in here. Let's go ahead and put more water in there. So that should put the water in there. Oh, not that one. Why are you not going here? Oh, I have another break over here. That's right. So I just want to put a little bit more water into the system. And the reason I want to do that is I do want enough water in there to have enough steam to actually run those 2 steam engines at least mostly. Alright. But while let's actually not leave that alone. Yeah, because this is only bringing trace amounts of water. I've been trying to turn this pump on to put just a little bit, because that water's really hot. So I want to just slowly put into the system. Right, we were having water problems, that's true. If you're doing the desalinization, that's fine. Right now, you don't have power. Why do you not have power? Right, because your petroleum stopped going through the system here. Yeah, because we're just not getting petroleum on the other side in a meaningful amount. That's right. Well, that means I need to turn this wheel back on. Alright, we'll go with that amount of water for right now. Add just a little bit more water in the system. Okay, now we go to our second planet, the oil planet. Well, we're apparently having atmosphere problems. I don't remember that. And this is body temperature? What? Why are you all so molten hot? You weren't that way the last time we looked at this. You're obscenely hot. I apparently blinked and that was all it took. So that's all hot up there. Let's try and isolate that, because that's potentially bleeding through. This is going to be a mistake. Open the door. Let all that regolith collapse down in, please. Then we have to tear this across. So where I mentioned all this stuff was stable, apparently I'm a liar. Yes. Oh, yeah, and you've got food down here. Oh, turn that off. Um, Oil pumps get a little overrun. Yeah, so we're starting to get a lot of this fixed. Because, like, that's one of the big things we did last stream was these are now pumping out petroleum. And the petroleum's getting down to, like, yeah, minus 40 degrees, almost. So it's doing a really good job at cooling off our main source of heat down here. Because you can see this is just, like, super sweltering hot the whole time. But now I've got this ice-cold hallway. It's starting to, like, bleed over into other areas. Cooling off some of our machines so I could produce petroleum more reliably. That kind of thing. So that should, over time, fix our base temperature. If I can isolate the new heat coming in from here. Yeah, so you need to shovel up all that regolith. And close that door. I just need them to open it so that regolith would go away. So the idea is this is all really, really hot material out here. I'm just gonna put up with spilling the water in. So I want to put a second level of insulation there to try and keep that heat out. Because this is getting hot. Why is that getting so hot? Because that's extremely hot. What is making you so hot in here? Like, this produces some heat. Certainly. It's not an insignificant amount of heat. But that's a lot of heat. Let's approach it from... that side first. Okay. So they're fixing that. We also have the radioactive planet. It's going mostly fine. I'm just shorting some refined metal up there. We've started expanding out. Like you can see, I finally made this kind of part of the area. It's not actually properly getting enough oxygen into it. The oxygen's staying in this area. But you can kind of see the intent here. So it does show that as like bleeding off air. So let's go ahead and put walls behind that too. That's fine. But yeah, so you can see I'm working on trying to get stuff going over here. We had all our pips plant stuff, and then the pips died. My best guess is they got down to the really hot water down here, and then just died from the temperature difference. I'm not super worried about it, to be honest. But it was a bit surprising. Alright. Yeah, so I've got each one of the locations has its own thing going on. Let's go ahead and pick up the speed a little bit. Yeah, so that's gonna get the fresh water going again. Alright. This seems to be the one that's the most urgent problem right now. And I want to get this outer layer done first, and then I'm going to go through here and start doing the inner layer. Yeah, so temperature, some of this is coming down, and so it's going up. It's kind of all over the place at the moment. Why are you not pumping right now? There. That should help start pulling that hot air and putting it into storage and getting out of the way. Yeah. But no, Timberborn's an absolute jam. I really enjoy Timberborn. It's just, there's a lot of games that are hard to stream for any real length of time. Yeah, that's gonna be enough water that I won't be able to, That's okay. It can just be a pool for the fish, and we'll eat the fish regularly, and that'll be what that is. Yeah, so that should help with this, because I'll be pumping oxygen down into this area. I don't remember why that's insulated. It's fine. That gets hydrogen to our hydrogen pump down there. Carbon dioxide. Oh yeah, the carbon dioxide coming through here shouldn't be nearly as hot anymore. It used to be that carbon dioxide coming out of this area was like 100 and something degrees all the time, but because I'm pumping all this super cold air, sorry, super cold petroleum up and down this area, it's cooling that off. That's good. Alright. Yeah, part of the hope is that just a little bit more power in here, and I should be able to have these so they'll turn off not because the power isn't sustaining, they'll turn off because they genuinely don't need to be on, that it's reached the amount of cold that if I keep going, I'll turn it into solid petroleum. You know, breaking pipes. Okay, so the temperature's coming down, so that's good. That's what we hoped, was pumping this air out and all that would help. And then doing the insulating, a bunch of water dropping in is kind of a mixed bag. They're making slime for algae production. Yeah, I got rid of the algae farm. We'll go ahead and put one of those down here, I guess. Because they used to be here with the spacesuits. They used to have 4 algae farm, or 4 of the algae terrariums to deal with the deal with the carbon dioxide, but we haven't needed that in a while. So they just sat there idle like 90% of the time. Okay, and I do not care about any of these things. I'm just gonna reject them all because those nymphs, if they come up here, they'll end up putting light here. Yeah, so that body temperature should be improving over time. It's not yet. But you can see where this air is getting much cooler down here. I do have that system that's meant to cool stuff down as well. So polluted water in this pipe is really hot. Where's that polluted water come from that's so hot? Ah, it's from down here. That makes sense why that's being such a problem. So you ought to make this... Okay, that's one thing you can do to help our problem. Is we can change this to radiant pipe. Right here. And now start cooling off the air in here. So there's not a lot of sources of heat inside this room. That should help. Yeah, the air pressure's getting too high down here. Okay. So we are getting all of the helium out of here. We're topping out the oxygen in the vests. They'll start working on a bunch of the other problems we have going on. Starting to get the petroleum moving again, which will be good, because if we get enough, that'll start kicking power over to our first base. Alright, you're doing fine there. And you're still dealing with water problems. I've just got too much using water now. And you have no power, because this is turned off, and our natural gas has probably gone dormant. Yes, it has. Oh, good. It's already good, like, halfway through its dormancy. So it's just... That went dormant, we were overusing the natural gas still, and it's just, we finally hit the point that it caught up. So I need to go these, turn them back on, because that's how I support ourselves in the meantime. I'm looking forward to you finally erupting, because in between the two of these, I should have more and more consistent power into the system. We get this one major circuit here that deals with all the cooling we've got going on up here. I'd also like to branch it into some of the other circuits, like how take over stuff like, you know, the pumps down here and all that. Try and put more and more of it on that. How far along were we in this? Because remember we were working on this to turn polluted oxygen into liquid oxygen, then pump it into storage, with the event and the intent of pumping it back into the base. Because if we do that, we should be able to pump it back into the base, and that'll be a way of both cooling the base as well as, you know, effectively sanitizing the air. Because right now I just have way too much polluted oxygen. And the good news is, I think, for pumping it back, I literally could probably just put, like, a pipe with a vent right here and just let it drop as liquid oxygen, and it'll just turn into oxygen on the way down. It'll just have the vent. It'll be tricky, because I'll need to have the automation back here, because I don't want oxygen in the line and just left to where it can warm up and turn into gas if it's not where I want it. Alright, so the oxygen is not good here, because all of our power is effectively off. Where is our pipelines? Oh, I don't have a liquid pipeline? That's even better. Trying to think of the best place to put this. Because wherever I put this is probably going to go high pressure. Alright, so we're going to need, on the pumps, we're going to need a liquid shutoff. That's not where I want it. I'm going to need a liquid shutoff. And put it down here. And we will have to run a cable down here to check the air pressure down here, and if it's too high, don't put more air into the system. But if it's not too high, then, you know, have at it. So we'll want to make this insulated pipe. Alright, I see a problem up here. That's too far for them to reach. And then I will need a air pressure sensor down here. And like I said, the reason I want the atmosphere sensor down here is to not turn off the vent. Like once it's committed this far, I don't want it to still be there. I want it to go to here. All right. Let's add the ladder we need to be able to reach this. Alright. But that way I can release oxygen into the system. It'll drop as liquid, get most way down here, warm up, turn into gas. That's going to balloon the air pressure inside this area, which is its own problem. But that's the reason I want to have the atmosphere pressure wire here. Because that should allow us to keep that pressure under control. We also poked this, and I made the temp shift plate I put down here out of gold, and I meant to make it out of steel, which messed up the entire thing I was trying to accomplish, which was to cool off all these. And so the gold plate melted, and that's what happened here. So I do want to fix it, but right now it's way too hot. I have to wait for it to keep bleeding that temperature off wherever it's going to bleed it. And then I can tinker with it more. But I shouldn't be messing with this. I don't actually have an objective I need to be doing with that. It's more just curiosity of what I can do with it. Alright. How are you doing over here? Yours seems to be doing okay now. We had to add, extra stuff, and you're missing a bunch of materials. Which that'll likely be a thing. Hey, Eunuch, it's going pretty good. I hope things are going well for you as well. I was doing that thing that even though it's underwater, it's still allowing more liquid to be added. That says pipe blocked. It's a freshwater pipe. You shouldn't be complaining about food. Alright, we're gonna have to do automation. I've had to do this with almost all of these things. That, I just had to put automation because these aren't shutting off when they need to. So put a hydro pressure sensor there. And connect that. And then go up here to automation. And the same deal. Hydro pressure sensor. Connect that. Popped eardrums. Wait a second. Oh, it's because through this door, the tiny little pocket of air was such high pressure that immediately filled up the space. Okay. I mean, at least it's like a one-time thing that I shouldn't have to worry about too much after that. Okay. So turn green if it is below... 500 kilograms should be fair. Oh, right, because you have that going on. Actually, below... Yeah, so cut that off. And then we'll reopen this. Same deal. That way, if this pool starts to fill up, it'll turn that off. That should help a bit. I think I'm just genuinely getting too much water. Like, we have this geyser producing all this water, and it's just... We're not using it nearly fast enough. Which is a good problem to have, but... Still kind of one of those things. Alright, so all this is going well again. You're saying pipe blocked. Oh, right, you're pipe blocked because it's only letting a small amount through at a time. Yes, the irrigation seems to be better now. That's just because we've manually started people running on the wheel, which is helping out here. I still don't know why water keeps showing up there. I genuinely don't. My only guess is maybe... Well, they're not going in here, right? Yeah, they physically aren't opening that door, so it's not steam getting out and condensating. I don't really know how water keeps getting over there. Ronger's trying real hard to get these slicksters to come up and get groomed, and they're just having none of it. Alright, we still have air problems here. Temperature's still high up there. You can go and clean that up. That's what I was afraid is going to happen, and it did happen, so let's take that tile apart. Alright. Because I'll put a plunger in here to start pulling water out of there. Because food is going to be a problem if we don't get this sorted. I know that's underwater, but that's where I'm going to put it. Just so it stays level so they run across as fast. Alright. So that should help with that, because that'll bring more fresh water into the system without having to rely on importing it, which is always good. The natural gas has to be dealt with. It's getting too much air pressure down here, despite pumping constantly. And not only are we pumping it constantly, we're just literally just spacing the extra. But the air pressure's still building up here because all these machines are now running pretty reliably. Okay, so now they're radiant pipes. So that's cooling things off in here a lot more. Yeah, it's bringing the temperature of the air way down. That should help a lot. Yeah, so you're not pumping because max air pressure, and you don't have power. You don't have power because the natural gas isn't getting pumped in the system because now it's too high for the plunger. But that should kind of solve itself because that geyser should go inactive pretty soon. And then they'll outpace the carbon dioxide. Hey, Jonespree, how's it going? Alright, so at least this one's got everything mostly settled. There's chasing down all these problems. That's the reason I want to get these volcanoes in here and all that. Is I'm trying to stabilize my power. Because what happens is my power goes great while the natural gas is running, and then the moment it goes offline, it all just kind of shuts down. Okay. But yeah, if we do get all that going, what'll happen is... So the way that whole thing is wired up, they've got my polluted oxygen storage. We run all that polluted oxygen all the way up here. Right now it's not getting through the rest of the way, because this isn't done. But what'll happen is it'll put the polluted oxygen in this room. And then in this other room, we're going to be putting the hydrogen. And so when the hydrogen goes in this room, we will use that as coolant for this line. And so then we just run this machine. It makes it hot in this room, turns this ice into water. That water runs the steam engine. I mean, the solar panels also run all. But you just start with a cycle where it's just, this is the coolant. It gets this room cold enough that we liquefy the oxygen. When it's liquid, we pump it out into the reservoirs. And then as the air pressure needs a little nudge, we just pump a couple drops. Well, we pump some liquid oxygen into the space. It falls in here, turns back into gas, erupts in horrific amounts of pressure, which immediately turns it back off. So the pressure is going to be a bit all over the place, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. And the temperature will be affected as well. But the good news is it removes polluted oxygen from the system, and it adds oxygen to the system. And it's basically self-sustained power-wise because it's just using solar panels. I also feel like I should just be adding a whole bunch of solar panels to power everything at this point. Just like run one fat power cable down here with all the solar panels hooked up to it. Right now I got a small little network here just to run that. I got a small network here just to run the airlock. But I really could just add a bunch more solar panels and run the cable down and, you know, hook it up to these things. Actually, that's right there on there. I literally could just shove a solar panel on that, and that would make our oxygen run stably forever. The other one is this one, is I've got this power grid here, so it's running all the cooling and all that for our volcanoes. But I have an extra line that comes off here that's running just the power for a whole bunch of other stuff. Like a whole bunch of other stuff. Man, that power cable goes way farther than I expected it to. But for that to work is I need both of these to be more stable. We're not quite there yet. Okay. It does look like the natural gas is starting to thin out down there, while the air pressure up here is not getting bad. The temperature's still terrible up here, which is deeply concerning. We also have a lot of heat over here, which is, it's the polluted water coming into the system is very hot. We are starting to manage to cool off the air more and more. So my hope is that'll help. I just don't want to take that radiant pipe too far along. Fleeing? Who was fleeing what? We could certainly, like, make this pipe go more around. Yeah, that building is broken and I'm not going to be able to fix it. It's fine. I'll let them keep working on that. Yep. Alright. So pipe blocked anew. Why is pipe blocked anew? Oh good, we're finally reaching the point that what should happen here is, we'll start putting the petroleum into the other place. I believe it's when this tank hits 50%. Yeah, when this tank hits 50%, I believe it'll start putting petroleum into our other base, and that'll bring some of our power back online. Okay. So one thing I probably need to do is make a better airlock system up here to reduce the amount of natural gas that is managing to get through. Now I could put a door here that's not going to help that much. Like if I put an area to pump out air here, it would improve. But there's that. And that's because now that I've got this oil refinery actually running fairly consistently, which I do want, we are generating way more heat and way more natural gas. But the problem is now natural gas is getting to one of our farms and preventing the plants from growing. It's also probably one of the big sources of heat up here, too. How long do you go dormant? Ugh, 40 cycles. And does it be better if this wasn't clogged up, but you know, it is. The good news being is that should get unclogged as we fix a bunch of stuff down here. Actually, you can get rid of all that. Because if I make this pit bigger, it'll help as well. Okay. It's slow? Yeah, I always found slow work days to be the most aggravating. Even though like when it's a very hectic work day, it can be very stressful. Boredom is so much worse for me than, you know, I'd rather deal with the occasional pain in the butt customer than just straight up have nothing to do. Because definitely remember those. The worst time for me when I was working in retail and sales and whatnot was like they would expand our holiday hours, but they wouldn't bother letting the customers know. So like I think the store normally closed at 10 p.m. and it would stay open until I think it was like 1 a.m. or whatever. It was like 10 p.m. would go by, all the customers would disappear because they're used to the store not being open, and you would stand around. And you know, your boss would get annoyed if you're not doing something, but you're like, look, man, I already restocked the shelves, the floor's clean, there's no customers, I'm not entirely sure what you want me to do to be productive. Not gonna lie, you're hungover. That happens. Well, that's interesting. What's happening with the water? It's not boiling. Oh, it's so little amount, it's kind of like consolidating down because the water level's gone just low enough. That means this should be able to come back online pretty soon. Because once this gets back online, they'll be pumping the air down there, it'll start pulling the natural gas down. Hit a dart tournament last night. My teammate and I won. Nice. Congrats. Yeah, so we're just consistently the same temperature it is up here. So I need to do something to lower the temperature in here. I don't want to pump the super cold petroleum up here, because that'll crash the temperature up here. Oh, oxygen is falling from the sky. And that's the reason why I made this giant layer up here. It was just so when this happens, I can easily go mine everything above this level. Because then what I do is I have them grab all the oxalite they find, and they have a box inside the area I want air, and just plunk it all down in there. So as the air pressure gets low enough, it naturally just bleeds off the oxalite to make more oxygen. It's not huge amounts. Like, you look at these aren't super heavy, and they dissipate very rapidly in a vacuum. But it's low effort oxygen, so, you know. I played darts teams for a bit. Was hanging out around pubs weekdays. It's not good for me. Yeah. I definitely know when I frequented bars, there's definitely a lot of people who it's like, yeah, you need to frequent this place less. For a number of different reasons. There's definitely some people who had moderation difficulty. Alright, I'm ready for you to stop so I can go back to doing other things. Yeah, so this is where I have them take it. So I take the oxalite in here, and they just throw in this cabinet real fast. And so it doesn't last very long. Like, if we look at that, there's 300-something kilograms. You can see it already, like, bleeding off rapidly. But the benefit there is it brings the air pressure up here of oxygen. So happens. Hey, Strider, how's it going? So it's kind of a way of dealing with our oxygen concerns without as much of a hassle. I need to make a proper airlock up here, because right now we are getting air into the space, which is fine. But it would be good to keep that oxygen from going right there, because originally this is our airlock, the double doors here. But now we've kind of expanded out of that, so it feels like it shouldn't be the airlock. Alright, so that's that. So yeah, so the natural gas does seem to be getting more under control? Question mark? Okay. There is weirdly a tiny pocket of oil here. And that tiny pocket of oil is making this not run. Because it's definitely over 500 grams of air pressure. It's just technically counting it as water pressure. I'm gonna need you to make that a priority. I need that running. Why'd you not? There you go. Striders from Wrathith. Okay. It's right. Stream ended up starting slightly late as well. I was running errands and just one of them took way longer than anticipated. I mean, it happens. But, you know. I'd really like you to please clean up the oil covering the sensor, please. Yeah, you probably need the mushrooms the most. You still have plenty of calories right now, but with the body temperature and all that, ah, man, their body temperature's getting high too. Okay, so I need to deal with this temperature. Like, my hope was that what we were doing there was going to help solve it. Alright, mastering the Aquature Stream turbine combo. We've been doing that over there. Like, this is going fine. Like, it's keeping this liquid really cool. Alright, so I think I'm gonna have to, try and bring that temperature down, because that's what's hurting us right now, is all this, polluted water going into the base at, like, 140 degrees or whatever it is. I need to cool that down more. Yeah, so that's not cooling down that much. And I've got the ridiculously cold petroleum here. Um... uh, So, one option is I can run the cold petroleum line and do like a loop here to bring the temperature down. Like, can you not make it insulated piping to stop the heat from getting out? The problem is I also have storage up here, and there's going to be bridges. Yeah, so I've got bridges, and every one of those bridges is going to seep heat. And it is needed here. So I'm gonna need to deal with that. So if I cool off the water, that'll help. So let's disable this building. So one of the other problems I run into is this is cold enough, it's going to turn that water into ice. So I need kind of... The other thing is the air pressure is just way too high here. Why are you still not running? Disabled by automation. Green if above 500 grams. That is... All of that should be way over 500 grams. Are these ladders messing up the movement of air? I mean, I don't need them anymore, so you can get rid of them anyways, but... That should be running very consistently right now. What's going on with your toilets? Why are your toilets not running? Oh, the pipe is backed up because it can't get rid of the polluted water anywhere. Well, okay. So I need a reservoir that could store a lot of liquid in. And I don't really know where I'm going to put that reservoir, if I'm being honest. I can put it up here. What we're going to do. Or you can become a space polluter. Well, right, but I actually want to save that water. It's just, right now I have too much water in the pipe because there is no reservoir to speak of. Okay, so that's the output. Yes, this is my only polluted water output. Well, no, there's that too, I guess. I could live with that. So we can go ahead and bring you. I could start with that. Oh, wait, don't do that. Don't. Nope, 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 nope. There's a geyser under that. And while I've been told it's this tile that's one I gotta worry about, I'm still gonna be very careful about accidentally opening up a pipe, like a super hot geyser. You don't like 500, 500 Celsius hydrogen gas? Nope. I mean, honestly, going into space, it wouldn't be that bad. But still, nope. I mean, what would be really bad is having our water storage right here and then releasing 500, 500, 900 degree air right by it, slowly turning that liquid water into non-liquid water. Alright, so we get that reservoir in line. That should fix the toilets. Now the idea is I still want... This is the only challenging one. Is I need to get this one routed. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to route you just straight up. Straight-ish up. There. So all that goes in the system here. Now you take it back down this way. And then we'll disconnect that. That way the reservoir is in the middle, and this will be releasing into the rest of the system. Clean the toilet, they made a mess. Yeah, I'll have to do that. I expect they're going to make at least 1 or 2 more messes in the meantime. Yeah. Stop measuring degrees by water in Fahrenheit. 0 is cold as F. 100 is hot. Stop measuring degrees by water, use Fahrenheit. I mean, different units are perfectly fine. Like, you don't have to force your preferred units on other people. Like, sure, I use Fahrenheit, other people use Celsius. That's fine. Most of the time, Celsius makes more makes more sense for units of measurement. As far as, like, if we're being practical. Yeah. And generally, Celsius is far more common around the world. Even though I personally use Fahrenheit, because that's what I'm used to. Just, Celsius is what most of the world uses. Alright, so it clearly erupted and nothing's destroyed, so that's good. Oh, there's nowhere near enough steam in there. Alright, so let's reconnect that, because there's nowhere near enough water in that. It's just struggling. Sure says, I used to use Fahrenheit proxy not included. Then I started sharing my designs on Reddit, and people gave you such a hard time. I could see and switch to C. Yeah, but I like just the same thing where I'm saying like, hey, don't bully people about using to use Fahrenheit. It's the other way around. You also don't bully people into doing Celsius or metric. Sorry, but to be honest, we've been. To be honest, we'd be using the metric system too. Dang pirates. Well, I mean, there was a big push, like a big push to get the U.S. onto the metric system as well a long time ago, and it was the whole reason why, like, for people in my generation, we were learning both the metric system and learning the Oh, 1 second, I want this to be insulated. We're learning both the metric system and the imperial measurements. Like, that was the thing for a long time that was happening. And then just, a bunch of people were like, Mer, but that's not America. And they put a stop to it, and it's like, alright, well, that means if we want to switch again, we gotta start the whole process over. Which puts us at a huge disadvantage since the rest of the world uses the metric system with 1 or 2 exceptions. That's like, okay, well, that just means when it comes to collaborating with other countries, we have to have our people get, like, post-grad education and all that to learn the metric system because they weren't teaching in school. They might be teaching it back in school again now, but I remember there's a big thing where they pulled the plug on a lot of that. Thankfully, a bunch of teachers were like, yeah, we're still just going to keep teaching it because, I mean, we really need to be teaching it. Oh, our oxygen is basically gone. And our oxygen is basically gone because this isn't working. It has also an option in this game, but who's enough to use that? Alright. So I want to keep building up the air pressure in here. Gonna be way higher. Okay, so first reservoir is online. That should keep the toilets from backing up now. And so with that, I could cut this pipe. We'll cut it from this end. And then from here. And same deal with that, so it doesn't loop. Okay, so then it will loop through that, but that's fine. The point is I want the reservoir in the line, so there's effectively a buffer. And your pipe is blocked because it's running through there. Alright, so let's try cutting off the water again. Let's settle to see where that goes. Because then this should stop, you know, saying like it's blocked or whatever as soon as that goes by. Okay. Turbine is too hot. You have coolant going through you, right? It's by the time it's reaching you, it's already warmed up way too much. You didn't even know what K was for this game? Yeah, you typically only use Kelvin in very specific, like, scientific use cases in the real world. When you're talking about things like absolute zero, Kelvin ends up making more sense as a unit to use, but outside kind of very specific use cases like that, it's pretty seldom Kelvin is the right answer. Yeah. K is for like sun temperatures, absolute zero, like really extreme temperatures is where Kelvin starts to shine. You know, because saying like, oh, it's 1,000,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the number stops feeling meaningful. Why are you all saying... Oh, you don't have power because you're waiting for this to get finished. Wait, do you not? Alright, that's a good point. So insulated wire, well, conductive wire, that's what I'm looking for. There, that'll fix that. The thing about siege turbines is the hotter the steam is that they're processing, the more heat the turbine produces. Hell never shines. Laziest employee at work. I don't know. Wasn't it? No, it was Calvin was the one in the forest. Never mind. I was say, it's like, I don't know. I've sort of seen people make Calvin work pretty hard. It's like, oh, right. That's Calvin, not Kelvin. Missed opportunity with that one. Yeah, so that should start bringing the temperature down. Not to be confused with Kevin. Right. Of course. I want to bring the second one online, but right now... They're gonna power cycle a whole lot. Then bring another steam turbine online. Hey, Paul Harvey, how's it going? Part of me wishes I put a line here that it only turned the second one on when the battery is about to fill up. Okay, we'll leave that alone and just let this one run. And finding the minor volcanoes, not exactly the best for trying to run steam turbines. They do okay, but they don't stay hot enough. All right, so that still needs more water in that system. That's what I'm learning, is I just really need more water. There's just not enough water to create enough air pressure to keep it going. Because I found putting these things up to higher amounts of pressure seems to be pretty good. For having them run more consistently. Yeah. As it says, you know, I think I meant aqua tuner instead of steam tuner or turbine. The higher the specific heat capacity of a liquid it being cooled, the more the AT puts out. Pretty cool that they put effort into the math for this game. Yeah. It still has to do a lot of, like, buffoonery around how things work and all that, but that's fine. Like, it's just otherwise the simulation would grind to a halt trying to do all the heavy computation. So it kind of is like, all right, well, we're going to make this, you know, close enough. Looking too bad. So the air is starting to thin up here, which is interesting. I mean, I guess I do have the slicksters here absorbing ridiculous volumes of carbon dioxide. Why are they all suddenly going up and, like, they weren't going up and down these ladders before, but now they are. And they're getting stuck because of it. They're also not willing to... I don't understand. Sure. Okay, and we're just keeping that water running through the system. I do think I want to get up to, like, the 60-ish kilogram range. Alright, so that's one thing that's going to have to go. Because right now, they're... Like, they weren't doing this before. I don't know what changed, but, like, literally since the last time we played, now they're going down to this bottom floor, and they just weren't doing that before, and I don't really understand why that changed. Let's deconstruct the bottom two tiles and see if that stops it. Maybe it's because the liquid level got high enough, because I haven't been pumping any of the liquid out of this place the whole time. Yeah, this one down here is gonna die. Not there's much I can do about that, unfortunately. Because somehow he managed to get down that ladder and he won't come back. Let me get rid of those as well. So he should be able to go to this ladder and get back out. Or they don't need the ladder. Or it's just... they care not any of my planning or thoughts or anything. Because I need Rongor to not sit there for all eternity trying to get this Slickster to come up for grooming, when it will never come up for grooming. So we're getting there, little by little. Alright, maybe time that I need to do something with this oil. Honestly, I've been half tempted to just pipe it over here and dump it into the giant pool of everything. Because it's not enough oil for me to set up an actual refinery. It's nowhere near that kind of a volume. But I could see putting it down here and later have like a giant liquid splitter kind of thing to clean this up. Like down the road, I need to enclose that and make it do one thing, and enclose the next thing and do the other thing. I've been mostly just using the slicksters as a carbon dioxide sink. Like I hadn't actually really cared about the... You shouldn't be having problems now. Oh, wait, you're a different one. What's your problem with the toilets? You don't have enough fresh water. Why are you not going up there? Go around this way and go around here. Oh, it looks like these two got connected at some point. They shouldn't have done that. No, that's fine. That's what it's pumping out at. You should go in here, go through and around here, go up here, and go to there. Right, so it's not going there because they don't have a surplus of water. They don't have a surplus of water because you're not running because you don't have stuff. Alright, so I need to start importing water. I'm taking too much from this. Okay. Alright, so first of all, I need to go back to my water system over here where we've been pumping it all up to that side. Get rid of you from the system. That's fine. And there's your connection point over here. I believe I connect you down. Yes, I do. Now I'm gonna start sending water over to the Ark colony so their toilets start working again. That's good, because that'll probably be a reasonable amount for me to have going through here. Made a mess, not surprising. Enable auto bottle. So they start moving the water and separating it out. The temperature is going to kill me over here. And the natural gas is going to kill me. This needs to be solved. And you're finally pumping air out constantly and pulling this down, which should help. Well, the carbon dioxide is very, very cold. What would be the best way for me to cool this off? First of all, disable that building for a while, so I'm not pulling net new hot air in. The air here is getting plenty cold now, and a lot of it over here. It just... The air pressure is so ridiculously high in this space. Alright, so that should keep bringing the polluted water temperature down. And maybe that's a trick, is to just let the polluted water build up so it can cool down by spreading that heat through it. Because this is radiant pipe that's at minus 10 degrees or whatever. If we lower the temperature enough. Right, the problem is I'm not getting very far in cooling this space. And because it's such high pressure, it is pushing the air. I'm putting the second airlock in. It's not going to help that much. But I need to try and reduce some of the natural gas getting up here. So much natural gas near. Like, I gotta cool this off. Have you messed with the temperature plates at all? They have multiplicative effect with temperature transmission. Yeah, I have. And these are struggling to try and keep the temperature down. They're really not doing a whole lot right now, because the temperature inside this room isn't getting cold. It's, like, stabilized, finally. Shouldn't you be letting the petroleum through to the other side by now? Oh, right. It turns on at 100%, then depletes it down to 50. Yeah, that's right. And now kick petroleum over to the other colony. Alright, let's do this. I get where you're going with that. So, why? There. It's like, wouldn't let me click it for some reason. I shouldn't have to worry about overheating that much. Got tons of lead. So start with that. Because I have the really cold water going through that, and we'll see how that works. Because then my hope would be that it could radiate that cold water out to the space around it. The worst thing is it's also hurting us that all this natural gas is getting trapped here. What I might need to do is just put an air pump... Honestly, maybe just put an air pump, like a small air pump right here. To just try and pull the air out here. It'll transmit to insulated tile pretty quickly even. You know you want to move it over. Yeah, it was, on the first one I've been doing experimentation with templates down here. To these blocks here were several thousand degrees, and I've been cooling them off. Because part of me wants to be able to, like, sneak one right over here to get that little speck of steam there, to, like, cool it off, let it go, to cool it off, let it go, like, just keep having it cycle, to see if I can't use as a way of slowly turning that lava into, like, lowering the temperature of the lava and, like, getting rid of it. Just to see what I can do. You as well have your entire base with insulated tiles with the only exits through water locks. Yeah, I haven't been using the water locks. I don't know, they bother me because the physics don't make sense, so I leave them alone. It shouldn't bother me. It just does. I still don't know how you get water up here. Because the only sources I have from Steam are enclosed systems. There's any way of doing that? I won't spoil it. Yeah. No, I'm tinkering. Yeah, so what I want to do is let's go here. We're going to put a mini pump in here. Because not even trying to get a lot of air moved very fast. I just want to have a little bit of movement. I believe that's the hydrogen line. This is the effectively contaminated line. Go ahead and cut you and cut you. I can connect you. And you. Alright. The game's so fun, but when I try to explain to other people, it can sound so boring. Like, I spent hours looking at my plumbing layouts. It didn't sound fun, but it is. Yeah, no, I can understand that. Hypothermia. Because you're sitting in a tiny, tiny, tiny pool of water. I feel like water just shows up everywhere for no apparent reason. Like, here I know it spills over. But it's like everywhere I look, there's like water. Like, Here it's because the pipe sometimes gets too cold and cracks. Because the, water turns into ice in the pipe. But then there's this place like water shows up and just like, but why? Like if it had steam or stuff escaping, it'd be like, sure, okay, it's steam. Yeah, it's still trying to catch where that air got out at super high temperatures. Alright, air pressure's still going down. Do we get this system online? Because we should be about ready for the system to be online, right? You're claiming I'm low on obsidian? I am having a great deal of difficulty accepting that as a truth. Oh, good. You're actually pumping the polluted air in here. Alright, well with that, we're ready to start turning this thing back on. Are you actually a starvation point? Yes, you are. Hey, Drekos. I'm gonna eat you. You know what's for dinner, Drekos? You. Most machines getting an invalid input, some machines eject it. Yeah. I shouldn't have to worry too much about contamination there. There we go. They're all starting to come back online. Sadly, it's because the natural gas is actually working its way up. Because the carbon dioxide getting in here. But that is what it is. Oh, right. That my mind is being like, why would I have the carbon scrubber not have that turned on? Probably should put a carbon scrubber down here. And you need a power line, fair enough. Because the entire idea with this is it'll pull in little bits of stuff. Let's double check. So that line, it filters out natural gas here. It does not filter out oxygen. Well, that's not what you want to see. That's a problem. Never mind. I don't want to go through the process of having to set up a whole nother filter for you right now. Sure, you can have some hatchling. Okay, and where's the polluted water line? Is that polluted up here? I think this is polluted. It can be. Actually, it's not a good route for the polluted water. So we have the polluted water down there. This is a mess. So there's a polluted water line up here. It goes over there. That's an output for it. I don't really have a good angle for getting the polluted water out here. I didn't think about that part. You're gonna be a real pain to get anywhere, aren't you? You're gonna be a real pain to get anywhere, aren't you? Okay. So liquid bridge this way. Liquid bridge this way. Liquid bridge that way. Deal with that in a minute. Connect it to this line. I can just plug that right in there. Alright, that's actually not that bad. Alright, meanwhile, let's go back to our main base. I've been bleeding a lot of water into that system for a while. Let's make sure we're not tapping a reservoir too hard. Our water reservoir is completely gnarly depleted. Let's go ahead and disconnect. Not gonna lie, I have scrap bases when the plumbing got nasty. Now I make all my bases have, like, lines have 2 spaces in between them. Yeah, I understand where that comes from. Alright, so I'll quit exporting that. You're at air pressure again because of the power, because this is still dormant for 17 cycles. And everyone's trying desperately to keep the air running. But soon enough, this will be online, and that'll be a way of dealing with that. Honestly, your air pressure's still very high up here. That's a problem. Alright, so I need to get hydrogen into the system. Once I get hydrogen into the system, I'm ready to turn it on. Where would be the best place to... Oh, I already have the hydrogen here. I literally just have to connect it. Never mind. Oak. I honestly wonder how much more, development we're gonna see for that. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? It's fine. We can still go through this door. I forgot to make the pipe circumvent. So if it doesn't need cooling, it just goes right on by. I did this totally wrong, didn't I? I did. Because this pipe needs to go through that sensor. Hmm. Well, I had a whole setup with my other ones down here with the plumbing that's this exact same thing, where it goes through the sensor directly in. But if I have that set up the way it is here, it's a problem. And the reason it was set there is originally I had an aqua tuner here. So let's not build that, because I gotta fix this. So that's a bummer. Alright, so the sensor needs to be moved up there. And then we can bridge past it. So deconstruct that. Automation. No, it's not automation, it's ventilation. Gas pipe temperature sensor here. Deconstruct that automation wire. And that one. Automation wire, put this up here. And trying to remember if we go down here, I believe I had it sidestep. Yeah. Right, it goes through and then bridges past. So that way they can merge. Alright, so you cool it down by what, 25? So you cool it down by 25. And then... I also should have templates in here. Let's not put the templates where they can get through the insulation, because I didn't plan for that. Just to help keep the steam to temperature. It shouldn't get too hot in here, so I really don't care what, as long as it's, Oh, you already have... Never mind, you already have templates. That's fine. Okay, so... Try and remember hydrogen, what you can handle temperature-wise. Hydrogen as a gas condensates at negative 421 degrees. So you set this down to negative 400 should be about fine. I'd really like you to finish building all this if you do not mind. Not doing liquid hydrogen. I want to keep it from becoming liquid hydrogen, but I'm going to make it use it to make liquid oxygen. So that's the intent, is to have liquid oxygen here. So turn it green. When the oxygen has reached the point that it's a liquid. Come on. So, oxygen is a liquid at 297 negative. And polluted oxygen is a liquid at also 297. Okay. So, turn this pump on when you are at, like, negative 300 and some change. Enough that we know we're cool enough. Probably in colder. When does oxygen become solid? (361 degrees). Make it 335. But I need them to finish that. Preferably soon, because that's not going to go forever. And then we need to seal that off so that the steam can run. I might need more solar panels on this. Oh. Think daytime, it's running solid. It may be too late. Turn it off right now. Okay, and with this, let's cut that connection. Wait, no, don't cut the connection, actually. Why are you overheat damaging? You shouldn't be overheating. Did I not make you out of steel? No! Alright, deconstruct it. It needs to be steel. I thought I had done that, but apparently I hadn't. Rual. Well, Rual. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what? I'm doing fine. Not steel. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just... I probably had started doing stuff up here, chose steel, but ran out of steel because of other projects that needed steel. I really need that natural gas to come back online, because... running into all sorts of problems... Well, you shouldn't be starving. There's more enough food here. They have an excuse to be starving over here, because this natural gas is becoming an absolute colossal problem. So... Not sure I want to deal with this. I was going to put a pump here, and I can add a filter, and that would work. I just didn't want to go through the big hassle of doing that. Because right now, this is just almost purely carbon dioxide with a tiny bit of polluted thing. That'd be natural gas there. This is all supposed to be hydrogen. Why are you not running? Oh, the air's just not moving fast enough. Okay, so we are bringing the air pressure down here gradually, which is good. It's nowhere near where I want it to be. And the temperature is sure going down, which is good. And we are lowering the temperature of that polluted water. So that should, in turn, begin to start fixing our problems with temperature up here, because this is getting astronomically high. Whereas the temperatures down here are pretty good. Oh, you don't have a power cable? Oh, it's one off. Come on. So I'll start getting rid of the carbon dioxide down here, which should bring that natural gas back down. Let's see. So I don't want to put it up here. Well, maybe I have to. Because that'll just be another thing consuming power. Alright, so let's... Why are you complaining about food? You have plenty of food. Now, granted, the air pressure in here is terrifying. Now we got carbon dioxide down here, and that's because we've been actually pumping so much of the polluted air into this. Like, this thing needs to be online. That's the whole point of this, is to fix that problem. There's no way you have insufficient resources obsidian. I have had so much obsidian. It says there's no obsidian in the entire base, but I don't believe it. I feel like it's lying to me. Considering there's 440 kilograms in that one storage right there. Don't lie to me, game. And I know you can reach it. You've been going to that storage this whole time. You're just having that weird thing we had the other day where it, like, couldn't find its way to resources, which is probably what's happening to them here, is they're like, I can't find the incredible amounts of food that's right here. Where is all that food? It's claiming this, like, literally has no food in it. No, there's like 43 kilograms of pickled meal, whatever. Yeah, I think it just figured itself out. I just saw, like, all stuff pop up. Path restrictions? There shouldn't be. That's wide open. They've definitely been running in and out of these doors. Could you set up a storage from sitting closer? I could. But it's a one-time thing that I don't want to do that. I mean, I could go on my way and be like, alright, let's put a storage thing right here until it starts taking obsidian. But I only need it for, like, the 2 pipes, or 3 pipes, and it's done forever. And they did all the other pipes, so I know, again, the obsidian's there. They're just being weird about it for some reason. We had the same thing happen the other day that just... They weren't doing that. Why are you the way you are? Why is that? That'd be the problem right there. How did that get set that way? It was a door restriction. I don't know when or how that happened, but this door was saying you can't go through me. Oh no, that's right. We were saying you'd only go the one way for way back. Okay, so it was a door restriction. I do wish there was an indicator on these doors about which way they go, kind of thing. Like where you have the sinks and they have the 2 arrows at the top. I wish they'd do the same thing for doors when you restrict that says this door to the left. That to be like a little left or right arrow on it or something. Alright, so like you're fine on everything right now. You're having a horrendous problem. Pipe blocked. Why is your pipe blocked? Because we didn't finish it. That's why. Okay, so we need to go snip and snip. Snip. And I'll wait for that to deplete. And snip. That should start bringing the polluted water through. Oh, there was actually not a pipe in that spot. That's fine. So that should start pulling out the carbon dioxide. This place is in a bad way, honestly. Just because all this natural gas got in here. Okay, so if they would stop melting down for 2 seconds, the whole thing I want to do right now here is I want to go ventilation. I am going to add a powered filter because this isn't going to be consistent enough to use another filter. We're going to connect that and that. Then you put a high pressure vent here until it oxygen goes. And I'm doing that to get natural gas out of this room. So by having it pull any air in here, let's see. 1 sparkle on natural gas, problem solved, not a pyro. Breathable gas, oxygen. And let's go automation. Let's see. I love how the dupe survives sleeping inside natural gas. Yeah, So I could put an automation switch here as well on the atmospheric pressure to say don't run this pump if the atmospheric pressure is that. I'd also just do the element sensor. Let's do the gas element sensor and say, hey, don't run it if you're not detecting natural gas. Just to try and limit it from getting too out of control. Meanwhile, let's go back up to this because I got to fix the air problem here. Okay, so they did take that apart, so let's try this again. Which is how we go to utilities. We build this bad boy. And you don't have steel. But you do have gold. Would that be enough? Your overheat temperature is normally... We just click it in place and see what it says. Your overheat temperature is... You're not going to tell me, so cancel that. What is your normal overheat temperature? It's probably 100-something, right? Your overheat temperature is 167. So it make you out of... That'll be 150 cents. So yeah, it does need to be steel. We apparently don't have enough steel. So I'll go ahead and do my self-care in just a moment. I want to see what's going on here. We have this turned off. Turn it back on, please. That door's wide open. I have all this oxygen. None of it in the living space, though. Meat. Okay. Yep, I did combine them. Because always the thing that people do hydrate, and then like 30 seconds later after I hydrated, they do the take the sip thing. I'm like, look, I'm not doing two hydrates. It has a cooldown for a reason. So when I was finally pulling the plug on Blurp, I got all sorted out that they were separated. How's it going, Tiny? Let me go and do this. Shout out for Tiny Alley, another content creator on the platform. Been playing some Project Zomboid, so that's your jam. That's where you'll find it. Alright. Go ahead and open the hospital doors. Those don't need to be closing. Yep. You like when you have fun? Yeah, that's the idea. So the problem is power's inconsistent here. It's inconsistent because there's not enough air. There's not enough air because this isn't running to keep stuff powered. Hey, Noah Blow, how's it going? We got a whole lot of stuff that's... Ooh, glass. I like glass. Like, these are running more consistently, which is nice. Because with those running more consistently, they are getting the temperature in these pipes down. So you can see the pipe is slightly on the green area. It should start bringing the temperature of everything here down. We just aren't getting enough petroleum to keep stuff running over here. Oh my god, please. Yeah, that's set to 9. I know there's not enough for you to keep that going, but it really does need to be going. Okay. So, the ice did turn to water. It's not as much water as I was expecting. I still think we'll stick with that because I'm scared about putting too much more in there. Worst case, I can pipe in more water later. I need them to make that steel, though. Because that's also a thing that's going to be solving our pollution problem. It does look like they might have gotten one more block of steel, which is all I needed. Nope. Not yet. Come on, I really need you to be in here. And you're already set? Yep. And that's going to be above. I just turned it below to turn the system off for right now. Alright. Okay. If you detect natural gas, turn on. Alright. The downside is going to get stuck until there's a single gap where there's natural gas in here, which is going to take a little while. But in the meantime, we are pumping natural gas out of the room. I have to do something like this, aren't I? And the reason why this will help is if I cut that line, it'll swap back and forth. Please build a pipe. Okay, so now go like this. Yep, and now it'll swap back and forth. So it'll do one, then the other one, then the other. So it'll start helping get some natural gas in the line, which will bring these other generators online, which will make it so we don't have to have people running in hamster wheels everywhere they go. Alright. And you're also shut down from body temperature. It does look like the cold air, as you can see, is starting to expand up, but not nearly fast enough. Like, this is all 140 up here earlier, so it is cooling off. Now they've double insulated all that. But yeah, it's taking a lot of time. Oh, hey! There's a lot of you fish in here. You know, you look really delicious. Did anyone ever tell you that? You look really, really delicious. Okay, do we have our steel yet to fix this up? We do not. Hey, Predator, how's it going? Please, run in the wheel. We are actively dying from lack of air. It is a genuine problem. There's no point in me keeping this door open anymore, because I was doing that so the polluted oxygen could get in, but it's not getting over here anymore. So in a lot of ways, I'm just letting what little bit of oxygen is still in here out. I just genuinely need this system to stay on. Oh, I see. Part of the problem is I got so much on the system that even running in the wheel, it's inconsistent. It really depends on the outside power. Okay. I'm gonna have to just build solar panels and start running it down there to run some of these systems without me having to manually intervene. Which is fine. It just needs something that's needed doing. Because right now, that has a potential load of 2,000, or what, 960. The electrical line down here is on the, kind of the limit of its potential load. This has to get solved. The air pressure is absolutely killing us. If we get the petroleum in, it would help, because that'd be one less thing that's tying up our dupes. What do you run? How big of a priority are you really? You're for making... Oh, you run the water. That's why you're still a high priority. Everything's a priority. Everything's a priority. The fish said I know. Good. At least they have an understanding. So they're starting to get natural gas to our various generators. They're starting to power more stuff so that I don't have to have people running in wheels. Yep, alright, we're still cooling that off. That's fine. Okay. Trying to add power lines to take advantage of some of these snail things, because, I mean, it's just free power. Might as well be getting it. At least now we are starting to pull the natural gas that's up here out. It's gonna take a while, though. Oh, good. That temperature's coming down a lot. Still hot up here, though. And they're just doing fine over here right now. Like, they don't have a huge surplus of anything, but nothing is going particularly wrong, so that's fine. The big one I'm worried about is this one, which we're, like, right here. If I just get the piece of steel there, that should be able to turn this into liquid oxygen. It'll pump through. It'll dump the liquid oxygen in this space. Where this is nearly a vacuum, it'll be dropping that in there. So you're trying to light a match. Come on. Show me the steel. Well, you've got the materials for it, it's just... with everyone being stuck running in these wheels to keep any kind of power going, it's really preventing stuff from happening. Oh, there's another problem. Those masks are all basically about out of oxygen. Where are you going? Where are you going? You're grabbing a unit of slime for making algae. You know what? I could actually live with that. Oh, actually, that's actually a good point. I haven't been running these forever. Those can use the algae, they'll increase the air pressure a bunch. Except you're saying there's no algae. Never mind all that. I'm at the point I should just deconstruct these. I'm never going to use them. Like, they were here way earlier in the run. They're just not needed anymore. So for a moment we have petroleum. Oh, the petroleum line's actually... oh, would you look at that? The petroleum line's actually full. So pretty soon the petroleum generator will start turning off because it'll just already have its petroleum. I'd really like you to do some steel, please. I don't really want to set the priority too high on that, because I need you doing other things. So that's good, because that's solving one problem. Because also, oh good, the petroleum's just full now. If the petroleum's just full now, what's going to end up happening is this won't be available to use. Which means that's another person who can work on something other than what they've been doing. So you have pipe blocked. Right, where normally this is consuming a bunch of polluted water, it's just not doing it right now. Actually, open that up. Let's start draining a bunch of that polluted water out of our storage, putting it into the system. That way the carbon skimmer can run. Okay. Because then the goal will be to bring this temperature down as much as we can. Then we can start trying to pump it back up into the system and see if we can't cool off the space up there. Okay, now that's helping the power a little bit. No, it's not running because there's a pocket of oxygen in there. It's getting little pockets of oxygen up here that are preventing it from running. I guess one thing we can do is do that. You try not to use a carbon skimmer. There's a reason. There was the reason BHT that info was replaced by. Wait, you try using carbon. There was a reason. BHT. There's a reason, but that info was replaced by crowbar swings, slow, and product zomboid. Okay. I think it's just the heat, and it can go. Yeah, it puts out a decent amount of heat. Is one problem, and then the other problem you run into with the carbon skimmer is it can also result in like having lower air pressure areas. You have finite memory. Yeah, I mean it puts out its own heat. Is one thing. And the reason I'm trying to do this here is to allow some of the oxygen to pass up and the natural gas to flow down. That should help with this problem a little bit. Alright, have you made your steel yet? I would really, really like you to make your steel. You did. Okay, because once they get that built in there, we could cut this thing loose, and that should start solving our oxygen problem here, or at least massively improve it. Because then this is, you know, kind of its own self-enclosed system that will convert our polluted oxygen into actual, like, perfectly fine and breathable oxygen. Like I said, literally the plan is to just drop it in here, plunk it into space, and let it just expand. Alright. I'm gonna trying desperately to not suffocate, but I gotta get that source of oxygen sorted. Okay. What else do we have going on down here? Something else I had going on down here I wanted them to do, and I don't remember what it was anymore. Yep, don't remember at all what it was. Two human larvae. That's one way to, you know, describe children. Okay. Okay. So the carbon skimmer's gone offline because it's buried in natural gas because it got rid of all the carbon dioxide, which is kind of what we were hoping for. The air pressure down here is still very high, which isn't surprising because now its throughput is being hampered by the fact that I'm shoving natural gas into there. But the natural gas is helping mitigate some of our power concerns to require the wheels a little bit less. We are currently draining the polluted water tanks. Actually, we're far enough along, let's shut that back off. Hey, Portude, it's going pretty well. We are watching a bunch of independent systems narrowly avoid melting down, so you know that's always a plus. Like my farms have all shut down because these ones are too hot and these ones are full of natural gas, and I'm trying to fix that. On the other end, our air is horrifically bad because our power is unstable over here because the natural gas thing has gone dormant. We did finally get petroleum in here, so at least this line is functional again. But that's the whole thing. Please build this. I would really like you to build that so we can fix our oxygen problems. But thanks so much for those biddies. I really do appreciate the support. It does mean a lot, so thank you so much for that. You put on your suit, you looked at outside, and then you turned around and you went back. I don't really understand, but okay. Sounds like most modern companies. Pretty much. Pretty much. Yep, and you're slowly bringing that hot water into the system to avoid overwhelming it. Okay, so the air pressure's starting to balance out slightly more, question mark? Because these were all, none of them were okay. Now they're kind of flickering between which ones are okay and not. Okay. Please actually build it, okay? It's literally the only thing to do up here. You're probably just supplying. Nope, you're actually building it. Okay. Because once they build that, I seal the door, and in theory this system should work, assuming I didn't booger the whole thing. Which is a big assumption. Why is there a giant gap in the hydrogen here? We can fix that easy. Come on, Rowan, don't give up until it's done, man. Stick at it. Alright, do that. Turn you on. Did I seriously seize it up? That's too slow. Empty the pipe. Make the critical task. I don't care who does it. Do it now. And I know it's reachable. And I just want... Okay. Normal speed. Not... I have a critical task. Why are you doing that? You can reach it. It's right there. I see the path. I want them to get just one container out there. That's all they have to do. Okay.
Thank you,
it's good.
badboys_TV, for subscribing for 3 months.
Thank you, Bad Boys.
Base looks amazing.
Thank you. Thank you, Bad Boys, for the T1 sub. That's 3 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a lot. So thank you so much for that support. I hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to emotes. Yep, so what should be happening now is this is going to continue. So it's still saying pipe blocked a lot. I think I need to get one more tile of air out of that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get one more tile of air out of that. To avoid where it's going back and forth in the pipe block. Alright. I don't have a battery up here. That's another problem I've got. And canceled. Alright, so that's another thing I need to do is we need to go power. Now put the battery here, that way it benefits a little bit from the cooling. We can go power. That's not even the right thing at all. Cancel whatever I was doing there. The other kind of power, you know, the one with the electricity. So connect that. And then we'll also go here to automation. And we'll connect that. That way we only run the steam when we need to. I am already seeing a problem. So even though it's insulated pipe, just that little go through with the insulated pipe seems to be enough that it's cooling off the area inside there. How'd you get a tiny bit of hydrogen in the space? Well, that's annoying. It'd probably be okay. Worst case, it could pop the door for just a second. The hydrogen should escape, and we can just chuck more ice in there. Oh, you know what it is? Hey, open that door for a minute before it gets too hot. So what's happened is, when I rerouted those pipes, it let a tiny bit of hydrogen out. So I'm gonna open that door before this runs enough to cause this to be an issue. Again, our solar panel in there. Just keep expanding this. Whoa, 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 don't build that out of steel. Hang on. No, 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 no. Why would you make the power cable steel? What's wrong with you? The solar panel, do what you do. Power, why would you want to ever... Don't make that out of steel. You've got a giant heap of iron. Just use that. Okay, so we're gonna drain this of all that. And then we'll close the door again. Okay. Okay. Almost a vacuum again. Now I have to hop back over to Combusto to see how it's going. Combustato. Come on. Alright, so it's a vacuum. So close the door again. What? Why would you... Oh, you're hungry. Your schedule changed. That's fair. Just sweep up the liquid carbon dioxide, please. What? What? Why did you start going over there and then just suddenly abort? It's fine, whatever. It's probably scheduling stuff. Alright, so we're still pumping the air out. I am noticing we're getting the oxygen level farther from here. The temperature is still coming down. Not fast as I'd like, but it is coming down. This is all improving down here. The water temperature is not cooling off nearly as much as I'd like, which isn't too surprising since I'm actively adding hot water to it. That said, we're cooling off this whole space pretty good. And this isn't being run nearly as much because it keeps clogging the pipeline. It's just how much is being used. We're probably at the point I could afford to, on this side, use a petroleum power plant somewhere else. The reason we didn't do that before is I couldn't find a place to wedge it in because of just the way it designed all this. There was all of them like kind of conformed to the space. So this was the only easy one to snap into place. This would be the next one to replace. Would be this one up here. But that'd be terrible. And this one, I don't even use this one hardly anymore. That's natural gas playing. Oh, you're spitting out slime. That's fine. I really need the system up and running. Like, it's there. It's just not running consistently enough to work. So both the battery and the other solar panel will help smooth that out. Because once this gets hot enough that steam runs, then we should have a much more self-sustaining rotation on it. And I could keep bringing the temperature of the polluted oxygen down. It is lowering, just not nearly fast enough. Look, here. All of this stuff up here just became priority 9. Do it. Please. I need the air sorted. They keep stepping out there and, like, right then turn back, which is weird, because these have their own oxygen, so once they get in there, that shouldn't be a problem with, like, oxygen or anything like that. That's not what they're complaining about. I think it's other stuff is... Oh, it's because they keep going to those wheels, because those are the highest priority until my power's recovered. Actually, what? I think that wheel can be turned off. No, it can't. That's that grid. Okay, this one I don't need anyone running in. I was thinking of making the ladder straight up from the airlock to perform across. Does it seem to lose a lot of time climbing? Yes, that is a fair point. I'm out of plastic, that's fine. I can just go like this. That should improve that. Now, granted, it does mean they'll have to take the time to build that ladder. Okay. So, 2 places that need that. Right now, you need it far more urgently. So, there's your free omelets. Okay. What's that sound? Every once in a while I hear like a da-da-dun, da-da-dun sound. I don't know what it is. I've yet to be able to figure out what it is. Like this natural gas problem is the thing that's absolutely killing us. which it's coming from the oil refinery here. Yeah, so the air situation is getting better here. The temperatures are continuing to come down. They're not quite there yet. They're close. Yeah, so you need 86 and you're at 90, so you're getting there. The food's getting dire over here as well. Oh, that's food that's not reachable. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's fine. Actually, it's not fine. Get rid of this. Just bring the platform over. That'll be up, over versus basically almost the same thing, just different direction. It'll cost us less time and material to make it. Yeah, the big thing is we're stuck running all these wheels just trying to keep the air on and that not. Alright, so that's running just a little bit. Because they're starting to get some helium in. Oh, that's one thing. Is there don't need any more helium in this line? We ought to get this helium going back the other direction. I can't. There's all these bridges. Yeah, I genuinely can't. Because all these things are going the wrong way. I'll deal with that later. It's not urgent. You're still slowly moving liquid up here. Open the door again. The air pressure out here is high enough that it'll start pulling some of the polluted oxygen, and now that that's gotten low enough. Alright. I just wish you'd build this stuff. Okay, I'm begging you. Oh, the ladder needs to be taller. Oh, you're almost done with that. You still have to do the power cable, but at least that's partially done. Please. Please finish. Don't give up. Wait, was that a low power wire? No! Get on that right away, it'll just gotta fry that wire. And you missed one segment. That'd be online, but you missed one singular segment. Come on, dupes. You not run more than that? Keep saying pipe blocked. Okay. Oh, I did it dumb with how I set this up. I could fix this. So the problem I have right here is I actually want the bridge to be there. It's gonna warm that. It's fine. And the reason I want the bridge to be here is because what this is gonna end up doing is it'll prioritize this pipe going through than this pipe. You know what? There might be another way I can work around this, actually. So we'll cancel that. Cancel this. The other way I can work around this is insulated pipe. Do that, and then I disconnect this spot. Because right now, the reason that's not running consistent... Why are you changing the pipe type? Alright, what was the pipe made with before that you're getting upset about? Made with indigenous rock. And you want to make it out of obsidian. Just don't worry about these two, just make the new one. Alright? But that's the reason why this is keep going, is it's having to switch back and forth. What I want to do is, like, I don't mind if this blocks up, but I want this running constantly. Because we're not getting the battery symbol. Okay, that puts another solar panel on here, and just like that, now we have the powers going up. I need that pipe so I can connect that all. But then with that, this should continue to get colder and colder and colder over time. Then as this space starts to heat up enough, then the steam engine will come on to make sure it doesn't overheat too much. Taking entirely too long to get this whole thing set up, though. The fact that their, like, main room for air is basically... Like, we look at the air, it's all okay outside here, but the main room they live in, that's supposed to be the one place we have air, is the one place that doesn't have air. And we have so much polluted oxygen, which is the whole reason I'm prioritizing this, is I'm just trying to have a way of dealing with the polluted oxygen at a meaningful level. Okay, you delivered the materials. I guess I appreciate that. Because your food's gonna kill you. Your food is actively killing you. We are reducing the amount of natural gas here, but it does not... It is like a crawl on reducing it. When do you go dormant? Ugh, 22 cycles. You keep stopping because... Right. Because the throughput's reduced. Hey, Hobgoblin. It's going pretty well. Trying to not melt down the whole place. But it does feel kind of like that what is happening. A little bit. Hey, Slicksters. You mind eating, like, tenfold the amount of carbon dioxide you're currently eating? Asking for a friend. Delivers materials, so brings power cord plugs on both ends and doesn't switch it on. Job done. Yup. Just build that one piece of pipe. That one piece of pipe. Oh, thank you. Let's make sure it actually connected it, because I don't think it did. Okay. Now cancel the construction of that, and then cut this. And now it is just staying on. So now this should work. Minus 20 degrees. So the thing you're watching here is the temperature of the polluted oxygen is decreasing. And as it decreases, the gas in the pipe is also starting to decrease as well. So that's the idea, is it should have a rotation. Eventually it'll hit around 300 degrees negative Fahrenheit. And that polluted oxygen will just turn into oxygen, liquefied oxygen. At which point this should trigger and start pumping the liquefied oxygen into this reservoir. And then assuming that the air pressure is not too high over here, it'll then pump the liquid oxygen here, just drop it in there. It'll hit not negative 300 degrees, and it'll just go woof. And oxygen. It's super cold oxygen, but it will replenish our oxygen. Do you want that bridge? I think you said you need it. Yeah, so I do need the bridge. Like, originally I was going to put it up here. I just kind of bumped it down. Because if I put the bridge in here, it's going to bleed off this cold air into the hot room. Well, it's not going to bleed off the air itself. It's going to bleed off the temperature into the hot room here. Okay, and this is going to gradually get that water hotter and hotter until it starts to push the line of becoming steam. At which point, then the steam engine kicks in. Now, what might happen is that when it becomes poor sunlight, this whole thing might shut down, so I might end up needing an extra battery or two. Which, that's fine. The smart battery is heating up, but the overheat temperature is at 257. If it does get hot enough, then what I do is I'll just worm the conductive pipe behind it. Alright, temperature still coming down. We're at negative 45. The oxygen's at negative 25. We're getting there. We're going to let that run for a while. Because it's going to be a while before anything else happens with it. The reason I want to get online right away. You still have 6 cycles? Okay, at least this is going to be coming on soon. And once that comes on, our oxygen will start running consistently and all that garbage. Alright, so back to you. Okay, that natural gas line is very slowly going down. It almost... Do I want to put a reservoir here? So as this buffers, it doesn't just slow down. Or put a buffer here. I don't know. It's fine. Yeah, so you're starting to shut off because of temperature. So our temperature is going down here. Food again? Yes, it is. Oh my goodness, please. We've got to get off that natural gas. Like, I want some natural gas because it is a resource. But, like, we're way too dependent on it right now. Alright, where am I sending my next thing of petroleum? That'll be the next move. Where's the next place I'm getting petroleum? I feel like it should be this one. And the problem is I got this gas reservoir is in the way. I don't think that gas reservoir is actually important, though. And I can bridge past it pretty easily. So we'll do that. We're bridging right past that. And then we'll get rid of this entirely. And the reason it's not that important, I've got a whole line of them over here. It's just this is what I had before that. Because then once I have that, I can remove this floor. I can get rid of you. I can actually just get rid of you right now. We'll put the petroleum up here. And that should help our cause. Because again, there'll be slight less dependence on the natural gas, which goes dormant for way too long, versus the petroleum, which doesn't. Let's see. Cthulhu saying, useless Spider-Man trivia. This month, June 2023, marks the 50th anniversary of the death of Gwen Stacy in the comics. Okay. That is some random trivia. Alright, so they've got this bypassed now. That's good. That means I can deconstruct those pipes. Here, stop going here. All right, and let's deconstruct these tiles here. All right. And so now we can go to our power solutions, and we can switch to petroleum. And I'll probably have to reroute a bunch of stuff going through here. What are those water pipes going on behind there? Let's quickly check where those water pipes go on that. Because that might dictate... Okay, so the water pipe does go on the bottom left corner. In that case, I'm going to actually do is I'm going to pull that off. I'm going to... put a couple of tiles right there. And they'll put it on top of those tiles. Because that'll make routing water easier. Now we can go here and say highly conductive cables, hook that up. We can go to the vent. You should have an outbound vent, right? That's where the petroleum goes. So a petroleum line down here. Don't connect to that one. I was going to connect to that one because it's already an existing line. Like, oh, I see the problem and why. That's our water line for if I ever have to reset that thing. Someday we'll clean this up. Not today. But you know, someday. And so I know you just dump stuff out. I thought you had a CO2 line on you as well. Do you not? I guess you don't. Just misremembering. That's fine. It dumps out, I believe, CO2. Alright, and then finally we have the automation. Well, let's make sure we get that here. Okay. So with all that hooked up, that'll bring petroleum on in the base. So many pipes. Yeah. It's, like, I'm not an expert at the game in any stretch of the imagination. So there's been a whole lot of, like, back and forth. And we're gonna eat you. Look, I need one of these two things solved. Like, that's coming down, but not fast enough. The air pressure is getting way too high. The amount of natural gas is just building down here in such a big way. You know what? Hang on a second. We might be able to make this work better. Grab the bigger pipe. Because I put it down here, and I have it feed that system. It's going to have a tendency to be pulling the carbon dioxide and natural gas more consistently. Let's move this. So I'm going to put a big one down here. It should already be lined up with a power line. It is. It's the same power line, in fact. I'm going to just go like that. We will... once it stops saving. We're just gonna pipe that right up and right over into that. I'm gonna need the automation line. Okay. Actually, that automation line, forget the automation line. We'll go down here. Go automation. We will add a NOT gate. And then we will put a gas element sensor. We'll wire that up, and we'll get rid of that stuff up there once this is online. Okay. And then the gas element sensor is oxygen. If we detect oxygen, shut it down. Because then that should be intercepting a lot of the natural gas that's getting into the system, as well as carbon dioxide. What are you doing? You are terrifying me. Please, not Kate, not like this. Come on, man. Look, we can talk this through. We don't, it doesn't need to end this way, man. Violence is not the answer. Oh, you made us steal whatever. It's fine. You already started, I'll just let you do it. Why is... Okay. You are... What is your deal, man? You are freaking out. Did I accidentally, like, cross the wires or something? Let's double check. Did I actually bridge it? Ah, there's your problem. All better. Okay, so deconstruct that. Yeah, I just noticed, sorry. I just got the message about wired into it, so I was like, why are you having a problem? I figured it had to be some kind of like crossed wire, it's just I didn't realize it's crossed with itself. Because in real life, there's not a lag in connection on electricity that's worth mentioning. Someday we will cable manage this 10-year-old server for security camera. Spoiler, we never did it in 2 years. I was there. Yep. Oh, and you're probably entirely right that I probably will never circle back and do that. But... Okay. So this should effectively prevent new natural gas getting in for the most part. And then top of that, we're going to be pulling a bunch of it down because it'll create a vacuum here. And then when we do accidentally pull in oxygen, we're going to force it into this space, which will kind of push the natural gas around. Okay. Hopefully that fixes that soon. The temperature is still coming down. Like, all of this, the temperature is coming down, not nearly fast enough. I keep hoping that this temperature will improve, and it's just not. Which, it makes sense. I'm actively feeding hot water into the system, and that's why it's not cooling off. But I can wish it was otherwise. Yeah, the whole thing's struggling to remain consistent. Alright, how are we going? Oh, we have oxygen delivery over here. Okay. Yep, so we're at negative 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And continuing to decrease that temperature more and more. Okay, and when the power goes off, this drains pretty fast. So I do think we're going to want a second battery on this. Then go here. Just shovel cable through. That battery is continuing to warm up, so I am going to have to, use that to help cool off those batteries. Okay, and it looks like it only barely didn't cover it. Yeah, 2 batteries should be plenty for that. And what else we got going on down here? You're probably back online now? No, 3 cycles. And you're not quite done. They're still building you. Got a little length of pipe there left to do, and then this. Okay. In hindsight, maybe there should have been nothing but radiant plates in here. It's fine, though. It's staying pretty close. It's getting close, though. We're over halfway to making into liquid. We're not over halfway. We're about halfway. Stop crying. There's no time for that. You can cry when you're dead. I mean, what? All the different buildings that have been here, so you just see like the random cables that are still just sitting around. It is harsh, but they're also actively dying, so I feel like they're at the point harsh is necessary. Alright, so good news is we're starting to build up our natural gas reserves. But these stop turning on and off constantly. Which means they can stop running in that wheel. Not needed. And they can stop running in this wheel. That wheel they still have to run in because they don't actually have it wired into anything. They're prolonging their dying? Not harsh how? Well, the intention is that they won't die. Oh, would you look at that? The air pressure's high enough that those plants are... Oh, never mind. Oh, you're getting there. Okay, so we got just that and this length of pipe here. And once that's done, this will be on petroleum power. Which really needs to happen soon, actually. We're doing the too many priority 1 kind of things. Alright, so the temperature's getting lower on that. Which is lowering the temperature in the overall environment. Oh, did you stop at 99% through? That's just uncalled for. Alright, they've already got all the resources delivered there, so you just have to run over there and finish building those, and pipes are super fast. Okay. Petroleum generator is ready. As soon as that pipe's done, it'll be online, and that'll be hopefully one less disaster I gotta worry about. What is your air here? I see. Okay, we can fix this. It's nearly a vacuum in here. Not nearly a vacuum. It's extremely low air pressure here, despite the air pressure being normal there. So it's causing it to not pull a meaningful amount of air. But that should be easy to fix. We make these tiles, it'll breathe way better down here. Yeah, we are starting to get all that natural gas out of here, so pretty soon this bottom farm should come back online. The temperature's the one that I don't really see. Like, it's coming down, just not fast enough. Like, we let too much of this heat bleed through before we double insulated it. And now because it's mostly enclosed, we're not getting that much cooling. We have these going, but they're just not getting much done right now. And I'm scared to pipe this up, because these pipes down here are, like, way cold. So if I pipe that in, we're going to probably run into problems there. Okay, so that should help it. Yeah, they're also dealing with body temperature. Yeah, those are going completely solid. And it's still holding them at like 30. Do we have the room to run those pipes up higher? Not really. What would be the best way to deal with our heat? That's still not cold there either. It's very cold right by these pipes. Like right here at the pipes, it's extremely cold. This is also extremely cold. But this is putting out a ridiculous amount of heat when it's running. That's just high volume. So if I wanted this to have any influence, I would need to get the air piped through some other way. I mean, the temperature down here is gradually decreasing. It's still ridiculously hot, but it was 170 in this whole area. But let's let them deal with getting the natural gas out first. One problem at a time. Because pulling a bunch of that gas out will probably help with the temperature. What I need to do is figure out what I could do to get the temperature lower up here. I mean, it is coming down. Like, again, it was consistently like 140, 145 up here, and now we're seeing like 120s and all that. There's one thing that's causing it, is this is running a whole bunch. But I think that'll improve on its own by just getting this handled. Oh, good, that's what you want to see. Look at all that natural gas starting to go. So we're actually already at the point body temperature is the problem. Alright, so you used to be cooling us down. Well, actually, that's starting to cool off a lot in here. Because that was 80 degrees a second ago. Oh, it's because it's not moving, so just sitting here freezing it. Yeah, and this is causing it to at least be full each time it's pulling. Yeah, so pretty soon that'll turn off because... Oh, pip eggs? The pip eggs could actually be useful over here. Okay, so you're doing alright. You're doing horrifically awful and bad. Gotta bring that temperature down. Doesn't have to be a lot, we just have to bring it down. My big issue right now... Let me guess. You're pretty warm. That might be all we have to do. That might be our solution. It's liquid. Why do I think I was going to be able to run a pipe behind it? So the problem I have here is these reservoirs. They're really, they're fairly warm. And then they're piping through this area of the base. What I might be able to do... let's see if we can't use templates to make something happen here. What is your normal overheat temperature? It's fine. We're going to burn a lot of lead, because we got these lines going here. My hope is putting all those templates there, we'll be able to spread that cold air around even more. Because if I can get just to poke over to these reservoirs with the petroleum in it, that should be enough. It should have a very significant cooling effect, while hopefully not plunging this down to like 30, 40 degrees. Are we at the point that I need to send more... yeah, I probably need to send more suits over. Let's pop over here real fast. Where are you? There you are. I would like you to not send steel. You don't need it. Send the atmosphere suits, please. Minus 168. It's coming on down. Oh, here's the other thing I need to do. So now I need to look at the ventilation here. Cut that line. Gonna let just a little bit more in. There's the blank. Okay, so stop there. All right. So it is still bringing the temperature down. We are cooling the batteries now. I say as I'm noticing the batteries not cooling down and getting deeply concerned by that fact. That was the whole plan for that, is those to actually cool that off. Those batteries are nearing overheat temperature. Okay. Let's try up here, I think. Let's put some plates in here and see if we can't prevent that from happening. Make that extremely high priority because that battery's right about to overheat. That's why you had the little bits of wall sticking up around the turbine to pour some cooling liquid in it. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. How was I gonna do that again? I was gonna put a storage here, and then I just kept building. Okay, we can still make this work. Because I can put a storage up here. Until I don't want a piece of ice. Those who are not positioned that I can do that. You're right about to overheat, would you please? Those are all growing now, somehow. Oh, right. This is running consistently now. So let's close this door. I don't need this door open anymore. Because now these are running solid, so it should start repressurizing this inside area with oxygen. You take out the normal... let's see. Can take out the normal wall section above the place the water dripper thing? Right. Yeah, because I didn't realize that these count themselves as a a thing you can run on. Oh, we can go ahead and do that. Because I noticed them running across the things earlier. And just going ahead and removing the whole thing while we're at it. I don't know if that's going to help at all, but we're going to find out. My hope is by having it transfer the temperature back, like it'll be able to transfer back and forth. We'll see. I don't actually know what the limitations of these things are. Nope, it is doing nothing. Right, let's talk here real fast. So, look, I actually don't have a good way. Well, I mean, I know how I can turn it off. Let's just disconnect the power. We had that storage thingy with the water dripper. Yeah, I'm going to. I was just hoping that this would work. So this battery needs to come apart because I can't put fluid for this to sit in. And this will also work over here, so we can go ahead and choose plumbing. Oh, stop worrying about those. They're not helping. So what you're going to do is you're going to put an insulated tile here and there. And overheat. And we can go ahead and get this starting to deconstruct. Disable auto repair? Yeah. I forget about that. So try and get this all sorted out. Come on. Come on. Because I need to get that hooked up on that side right away. The plus side, that's coming along in a good way. Alright. What liquid do we even want to have you put here? It really doesn't matter. I don't think. So you've already been dropping off brine and all that. Do I have any liquid that's easy to get to? I probably have oil laying around somewhere. Just bins of oil just sitting there. You're just brine. You gotta be something you can... Well, that's what I'm saying, is I think I have, like, literal containers of oil just laying around. Like, just in containers just laying on the ground somewhere that I never cleaned up. I know petroleum I don't have much of laying around. Freshwater I don't. Freshwater I've been pumping there. Polluted water I might have laying around. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to look for where I've got jugs that just never got cleaned up. Obviously, polluted water is being dumped somewhere. Looks like salt water at the bottom left volcano. Brine. Yeah, so what we could do is disable you, because you accept brine. Nice, you got past Cycle 1000? Yeah, how's it going, Paid Frank? Alright, so let's go ahead and say brine for right now. I don't believe I have that bottom area cut off. Okay, and they got rid of that, so let's put the insulated tile there that I need. And we're gonna have to put another one of these things here. Pretty good, haven't gotten that far in the game yet? Gotcha. So we can do this. Power. Okay, are you gonna be enough? Let's assume that's enough for right now. That's probably all you need, Brian the Termite. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is just literally a non-zero amount. Just enough that some temperature could bleed into it. A duplicate has died, it's starved to death. Yeah, well, the problem is being solved slowly. Turbine, yeah. You want to make an industrial sauna? Yeah. The problem we have here is the temperature's gotten too high. Like, it's one of those things that kind of snuck up on us, and... Don't worry about it. There's no reason why I'm making that priority. It's fine. Yeah, the temperatures are coming down, it's just not been nearly fast enough. So you know the natural gas is now cleaned out of the area. Yep, always plan ahead. Because we get a brand new dupe and we'll bring them in. Are you able to make insulation? Oh yeah, we have insulation. The problem is the heat is already in here, so basically the issue was I didn't insulate this enough earlier, and this heat managed to get into my base. So now I have done it, but I still already have this heat in there, and I do have a couple of heat sources in my base that are kind of keeping it going. And so I do have ways I was cooling things down. I was really hoping that this would do more. Like, it's still being made. But the hope is that... Yeah, so instead of making that... Yes, instead of making this... Ooh, that's really cold carbon dioxide. Yeah, so I need to change that to radiant. We can make this a radiant pipe right along where I'm piping all that. Yep. Now, I already mentioned it to Tomb. She's home, but thank you for the reminder. It'll probably just be like a frozen pizza or something is probably what we'll do. Just chuck it in the oven, come back 15-20 minutes. Oh, you mean insulation like an actual material. Yeah, no, I don't have the space material insulation. We're just waiting for that to sort out. Oh, right. That's right. We were moving spacesuits over because they're just about out. Did you get this sorted out yet? Okay. So you... Brine... There's a problem with this. Before I do that, I already have a problem. I need to go here, and I need to put the drywall behind that before they mess with it, or it'll just be gone. So, build the drywall. We will just untoggle that till that's done. Okay, so the air pressure is slowly building up in there. And you're... Okay, you're running. Right above your CO2 geyser, you have a single inaccessible pipe section queued over state 3 streams now. What? What was that for? That was clearly just a misclick, because there's nothing there. Okay. Is this door permitted both ways? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, there's still brine down there that they can grab. Yes, they are working on building all it up. Okay, so what skills did I lose from this location? I have a farmer. I have a builder and a digger. And I have a decorator and a cook. Honestly, I don't really need another person here, I don't think. With one installation, you need to go on space mission. Yeah. No, I need to expand. Right now, I'm just trying to stabilize what I have. Okay, and Darstrider has just died. They were our artist/grilling person. They will not be the last, I don't believe, because I don't foresee the starvation problem improving itself instantaneously. The temperature is coming down. Especially with no one running the petroleum. But the more of these we build, the more we're going to be able to get this area cooled off. There, so we got at least one radiant pipe going. So it should help cool the liquid going through here. Yeah, radiant gas pipe. So it is cooling off the carbon dioxide that's going through here. Kill animals for meat. I've killed most of the animals. I've got the pufflings. I don't remember. Do those even give you meat when you kill them? There's some animals that... Yes, they do. Alright. I don't need you here anyways. Your services are no longer required. There's no cannibalism in this game. Alright, liquid, brine. Well, that's interesting. Because it's actually properly cooling all this now, we've reached the point that it's warmed up the gas in the pipe. Okay, and that should be enough. Disable building, turn that off. No, we've already had the conversation a number of times. I'm actually glad that, like, not every other game is like, yes, cannibalism. Like, not everything needs to be edgy. There's plenty of that out there. Well, this might be a problem. So, the hydrogen pipes are warming up, not cooling off. Say that for the R location. Eat them. We can go here, and you get the oxifern. So you've had pips running around forever. Should have probably gotten a dupe to replace the two that died here, honestly. I'm thinking about that. Because one of the ones we lost is our cook. Alright, so contents of the carbon dioxide pipe are still pretty warm. which is fine. But that's what I was trying to do, is we've got that pipe right there, so it's going to put a temp shift plate. You should make compressed liquid reservoir? Yeah, I already have that. It's just not, it's not ready yet. That's what this is for compressed oxygen. The point was this is supposed to get us down to temperature. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's managing to pull that off with just the one of these. Which means I probably need a second one. Because it shouldn't need more batteries, I don't think. Because that's just plain warming up now. I was genuinely expecting that to reach a point of turning into steam, but it's just not getting there. Alright. Yeah, so the water pipes, the liquid water coming into the base, you can see this is all getting really... Actually, that's getting dangerously cold in some of these places. That's if I was, like, right at freezing. Oh, but that's going down, not up. That doesn't help us much. Just trying to keep that cooling off we have here. I'd also do the same as make this into radiant pipe. Probably not. That might have a negative effect of just warming everything back up. The big thing is I've got the carbon dioxide going through here. It is losing a lot of its temperature, which is good. But as you can see, it does worm its way through this base. So we can cool it off any more. That'll just serve to help us. It's what I'm working on down here. Just need them to actually do it right now. We're short on people. Right, I was gonna go over here to you. Because what I need to do is I need to go down here. You're full. Stop sweeping. Turn this on. And go run it to send those suits over to the other base real fast. Because as they wear out, we send them, the worn out ones here for fixing. But just sending them back, I have to be careful so I don't send all of them over. Strider got groceries today and is happy? Good. Groceries are important. So what grid are you hooked up to? Do you need to be turned on? You do not need to be turned on, you're disabled. And your toilets aren't working. What's going on with your toilets? You have no fresh water. Because your water pipe is blocked. Why are you not going the other way? Why? You were working fine before. Why are you suddenly not working fine? So you have an input here. No, that's... Wait. Okay, there's your problem. So it sees that as an out. When did that get changed? I must have rerouted at some point. Well, we gotta fix that. So what I'm gonna do to fix that is I'm just gonna go like this, and that is going to be our I don't have time to fix it properly that's good enough if I fix it this way. So I should mash that pipe in, it should just go around. Okay. There we go. All better. That fixes that. Okay, there I ran the wheel, so turn that back off. Which means you should have suits. You can go down there and work more. They're actively being fixed, it's fine. Your reservoir is also... Well, your reservoir is depleted because the pipe wasn't going through. That's fine. That also explains why this is getting backed up so far. So you're dormant. You're good. You're doing your things. And you're not getting any better? Can't tell if your temperature... Like, I know it was way lower before, but I can't tell if we're even gaining or losing temperature anymore. Because it's, like, kind of bouncing back and forth. That's just the contents of the hydrogen line just jumped a bunch for a moment there. Like, I basically have to wait until they stabilize, where the polluted oxygen gets back up to the radiant gas pipe temperature, and then see where it's at from there. So just remember that that's been hovering around 31.5. Because as long as it goes down over time, I'm okay with it. But if it is just not making it happen at all, then that's another problem. Oh, good. Food has arrived. All right. Still no cannibalism in the game. I know you keep saying it, but no matter how much you wish it, there's no cannibalism in the game. It's just not a thing that exists in this game. Nope. That's what mods are for? Yeah, but I don't typically mod the games that much. But the base game, I doubt this base game will ever have cannibalism. I can't think of any client games that do, or client games who do actually have cannibalism as a mechanic. And again, I actually really appreciate that they don't, for the record. It's not that I have like some big moral or ethical campaign against whatever. It's just those things that, like, when games start implementing things that, you know, it's kind of on that gray area, edgy, that kind of thing. And then you have like one game after the other after the other after the other adds it. It stops being interesting. Because, like, oh, it's another one of you. Like, for the record, I really like RimWorld. But it was like, RimWorld is the first one, like, not the first game to do it, obviously. It was like one of the big games to have introduced it that's kind of building up. Okay, so it is... No, is it cooling off? Yeah, I think it is cooling off. It's just right now at the moment, the juggle that's happening here. I'm gonna still probably have to make a second room to make this viable. Then there's Green Hell. Yeah, oh no, there's tons and tons and tons of games that have cannibalism. Like, you don't need to list them, you'll be here all day. Like, that's part of the reason why it's not interesting anymore. Is it's not like, oh no, this game's done the one thing. It's all different. They're willing to go a step farther than everybody else. Like, no, that's just normal nowadays. As upsetting as that is. Eventually this will overheat. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, to me, it's tiresome when more and more and more games introduce those things, because, like, well, it's just the status quo of edgy now. It's like, well, could we not? Like, especially when there's, like, so many games that are otherwise completely not aligning with that type of content, and they're just like, by the way, cannibalism. And you're like, okay, what? Why is this here? I don't know. I've talked about all sorts of times that when it comes to so many of those things that, you know, a bunch of people bring in kind of the same thing. All right, how do I want to deal with this one? Because I could just, instead of what I did last time, which is where I put that cabinet there, I could just do this. What is your overheat temperature? Do you even have one? You just put that there and just let it plunge some water in here. So we got all that going on. We got the plate behind here. I'll need another one of these up here for emptying that. Strider, I can't. Please stop asking. Like, it was funny as the initial joke, but it's kind of like, hey. Like, you understand it's not a mechanic. It's not going to change because you want it to. Oh, let's not put it like that. That's one thing that'll help, is not put that there. I know. And I just say it's like, alright, calm it with a joke. Alright, so getting all this building, we're getting all that building. Alright, you go get warm. I kind of wish I'd put both of these in the same room, but I'm not tearing that room open to do it. It's fine. Because, like, to do it, I'd have to get rid of this cabinet, shift that over, put this in here. And that wouldn't be a bad idea, but I'm just gonna shove this in here and call it a day. Your Honor, it said that people are what we eat, and therefore my client is an innocent man. So what I need to do this time is have the insulated pipe come up. Oh, I see. Going the other way is actually not... Okay. I was like, this way will definitely... Yeah, so we're gonna go... insulated pipe through here. Down through here. Just gonna duplicate the design we've got over there. There's the bridge. And so what I'll do is I'll end up piping this through this area. So I'm gonna make this one do the bridge over this way. I will say that one's pretty good. Oh, continue to do insulated pipe, all the way up here. I'll want to connect that to the right. This will connect back to the left. So you can do all that. Alright, so I'm trying to wire the second one in. Oh hey, we're starting to get steam in this room finally. The temperature is coming down very slowly. But it needs to be faster than that. Okay. And that air pressure is very slowly climbing. Yeah, so what we'll end up needing to do for this is, I'll end up having to say, like, the auto pump thing to bring water in that room. Alright. I don't want any of those dupes. Yeah, so you're still at basically 0. Let's see, you have lots of hours, but I'm a serial restarter. This time I think I'll actually commit to the save and finally using the room mechanic. Oh yeah, you need to use the room mechanic long term. Because the morale bonuses are kind of a must to have any type of character's got any type of real stats going on for them. Okay, so I'm really hoping that's helping. Yeah, so we are bringing the carbon dioxide in that pipe down quite a bit in temperature. And that gets piped through the base, so my hope is that's not holding its temperature, like, for more than, like, 30 seconds. It's instantaneously back up to heat. Because we look at this, the carbon dioxide in there, it drops down to, like, 70 degrees, and by the time it's up here, it's already 85. It's still going to be colder than what it was going in before, so it's technically helping. But whereas hoping for a lot more out of it... Oh, that's not good. This whole room is still warming up. Well, that's not good. That wasn't even that hot before. What changed that we're heating up again? Technically helping is the best kind of helping. Alright, well that's pretty annoying actually. The good news is that carbon dioxide before coming through was coming through at like 100 something. At least now it's only coming through at like 80. You can't play Oni anymore. I was trying so hard to get all the Steam achievements that it killed all the fun for me. That happens in some, like quite a few games that can happen, that the pursuit of the achievements, like it also depends on like what kind the achievements are. There's some that are like super laborious. Do you play with any mods? No. I am playing vanilla. Generally speaking, I play most of my games vanilla. Or if I have mods, they're like minor quality of life mods kind of things. I need to bring that temperature down a lot. Yeah, the pursuit achievements can be fun. There's just some games that have really, like, the kill 20,000 enemies in, like, a normal playthrough, you kill, like, 100 or 200 or whatever. Like, those kind of achievements where it's just not even remotely... You know, the play 10,000 hours achievement. And you're just like, okay, well, I guess I play 10,000 hours. Like, the really just grind for the sake of grind that doesn't really offer you anything fun with it kind of achievements. Alright, so you have the petroleum line here. The petroleum is extremely hot. I'm doing good. Alright, so... that petroleum line's going over there. I was really hoping to be able to use our extremely cold petroleum over here to do more. This petroleum that we've been pumping through has been getting a little bit warmer because I am trying to have it cool off so many different things. It doesn't have the mileage for it. What I need to do is deal with where we're getting heat for inside this place. Because most of our heat's down here. This is just continuously building up more and more air pressure. Because all this up here is generating heat. Alright. Because this place is straight up dying right now. Because my hope is putting all these templates with our incredibly cold pipes here would have done more for us. But it seems like it's done very little, actually. That didn't do nearly as much as I wanted as well. Yeah, the air pressure's all fine here for a little bit. And all the rest of these weasel warts are on ice, so if I open that up, why are you having a problem? What happened to you that you got damaged? It's not temperature. Must have had something else in the line. I highly recommend you build over plants mod. Carry one grip. That one doesn't bother me, you just dig it up and move it. But I can get where it could be a nuisance. Yeah, I don't think I'll play this game enough to really justify having a whole bunch of mods to it that I do all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm absolutely enjoying the game, but unfortunately, as someone who streams, my ability to play the game, like how much I can play it, is kind of limited. Because, like, people enjoy it here and there, but it's one of those games that if I can't, like, main the game realistically. Not that I would want to. I'm a variety streamer and I want to stay that way. But, it's those games I'll probably hop in, I'll do a big playthrough, and then I'll step out of it. You know, repeat here and there. How are you going? Okay, so you are cooling off. You're very genuinely cooling off just ridiculously slowly. That's fine. We get all this set up, and when that's set up and ready to rock and roll, we'll hook this in, we'll get more hydrogen in the line, and that should make it cool much faster. Because it's also, if it's like so incredibly inefficient, it takes forever to do literally anything, it's not really worth my effort. Alright, so we've got you going, they're going over here. That still needs more water in there. The pressure should be higher. It should be good for that now. Well, that's interesting. You're all connected here. Why didn't you keep feeding into this system? Why aren't you feeding in here? You're still attached. Alright, I'm not gonna ask questions, it's fine. Alright, so we're gonna put a little bit more in there. Now we'll detach it again. If plants interrupting your process doesn't bother you, then I guess it doesn't matter. It's all good. I don't know, I tend to be, like I said, be extremely light on my modding of games. We'll go ahead and put the brine back in there. Alright, so you've got that connected. Yep, starvation is a problem. I don't really have a good solution for it. Here, eat 2 of them. Like, the temperature's going up now, and I don't understand. I need the slickers to keep reproducing aggressively so they can absorb an absolutely obnoxious amount of CO2. I wonder if it makes sense to turn this one off down here and leave this one running, because this one's, the pressure's building up here more and more because that pipe is blocked. So let's let's try disconnecting you. We'll just go like this. And see if that helps. Pull the air from over here. Because that might help limit the amount of hot air that's getting through this way. You know, so much of this air is cold. Okay. Right now, just leave that open. There's no reason to close it until we're at the point of ready for to do steam. That's a reasonable pressure. How's other volcanoes' pressure now, by the way, if it's still steam or... Yeah, it's probably fine. It could go higher, but I'm not going to fight it too much. At least 35, 40 kilograms is something. That's good news, because it's continuously keeping this air warm. It's taking its sweet time to work through the magma. So that should run way longer. Wonder why... Oh, your pipe is blocked. Oh, that's right. We ran into this before, and I keep doing the same exact problem. So I need to take an insulated pipe out and around. I've done that like every single time. Oh, we got water spilled in here. Yeah, it's still climbing slowly. You know, he says, Rual Storge, may I ask how many hours you have accumulated in Project Zomboid? Sure. The Project Zomboid, I have about 3,200 hours. And it would have set the world record somewhere in the air of like... Man, when would I have set that? Because it was multiple runs ago. Maybe 2,200 hours is probably where I set the world record. You know, before it got beaten. And that's because like I said it, and I didn't honestly take another attempt to go after it again. It's kind of like I got it. It's fine. Like, people are gonna beat it. I'm not interested in putting the time and effort necessary to take it back. Alright, so I got those set up. What am I missing? Let's check our ventilation. So I gotta hook up the radiant pipe here. I want that to stay insulated. No more lands to conquer. Yeah, it's as well as things, like, the time commitment is ridiculous. Because apparently I checked, and you streamed it for 2,916 hours. Yeah, almost all my gameplay was on there. And you gotta keep in mind, like, that's including me taking time off stream to test stuff and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I had played it briefly before streaming. But almost all of it was strictly on stream. Alright, that's still gonna be hydrogen, so it's totally fine for it to go through this way. I was like, wait a second. How do I get this out of here without having to be a big pain? It's like, oh right, it's like literally the same thing as going in here. Sure, you can go that way, that's fine. Deconstruct the bridge. And for right now, cut that and cut that. Alright. Welcome back, Strider. Man, there's a reason why Project Zomboid became kind of like the thing I got known for. Well, I always played variety. It was what I was playing the most of for a while. Let's see. That's tempting, but no. I'm gonna wait out till we have like the perfect pawn for it. Where is something you can kill and eat? The temperature's going up in here now. I don't understand what changed, but the temperature's going up. For the moment, disable all of the things that make heat. If it makes heat, just turn it off. I don't want it. I forgot you're even over here. You know, honestly, disable that building. Like, just disable it. Don't even... If it makes heat, turn it off. All of it. Alright. Yeah, so all that's not working. I have to pipe stuff up here for it to do anything. Alright. So the natural gas is full. What do we do with the extra natural gas when it's full? Where does that go? Is back up in the pipe? Oh, I think it vented into space. The good news is the slickster population does seem to be increasing down here, as I've just given them a ridiculously large amount of area with a plentiful amount of CO2. The downside is this place just keeps getting hotter, and I need to solve it. I don't really have a good solution. Like, I'm being stubborn, I really shouldn't be. And a big part of this is 150-something degree petroleum just sitting in here. That's what we need to do. I need to get these pipes over here to cool off these reservoirs. That's what needs to happen. So let's stop being stubborn about it, and let's fix this problem. So I'm gonna go here. How am I gonna loop this back? Like, that's the problem I'm running into, is because of that. One more raft? Probably here in not too long. I'm gonna check with Tomb what she wants to do food-wise. And when that happens, I'll probably go on my break. Oh, there's Donkey Duff. I wonder if I just leave this running idly with no one here, if those temperatures will start coming back down. I don't think it will. I think it'll continue to escalate. Insulate the petroleum pipes? Are they not insulated? They are not insulated. What have I done? I don't think we'll get very far with any of that, unfortunately, because the other dupes have died because of starvation, and this one's probably doesn't have long to live. And there they go. At least you had your last sip of water before you went. So Combustato, that colony has failed, and we'll have to replenish the numbers. I'm just gonna not worry about that for right now. Okay, so you look like you're mostly set up. Let's check all the piping and everything. Okay, so with this, I should be able to go right here and just say, yeah, I would like that connected there. And now I can take this a step farther and say, yep, if you don't mind, go ahead and they say you need to hydrate or you'll dehydrate. He was exceptional. What about RimWorld? What about RimWorld? I'm not sure where RimWorld is relevant to anything going on. Okay, cut it. Awesome. They've got it, so it's got stuff moving through it. Posture check, yeah, I'll get that in just a minute. So put water in here. And now's when you close the door. We have all that set up, and you need some brine. Okay. And there should be no atmosphere in here. Cool. Alright. So, oh, and also, enable auto bottle. Enable auto bottle if you got to. What about Rimworld Break Risk? Like I said, what my intention is when we stop playing Oxygen Not Included or Raft, as in, when I say stop, I mean we're done with the run, putting it away, mothballing it, you know, ready for the next thing on the channel. That's when Rimworld comes back. But that's only when we're like, okay, we put a bow on it and we're done. Now, granted, the way that can end is one, that I'm like, okay, like I'm done with what I want to do in this run. That'd be one way. Another way I'd do that is if, you know, our colony dies. That'd be another thing. How much water was that? Next to nothing. Okay, so you're gonna need a lot more than that. So that'd be one way we'd do the switch. The other thing, like, if viewership starts to, like, actually, like, genuinely dip, that'd be another reason I'd be like, okay, the viewership's not here anymore. We'll just, you know, set it aside, it's done kind of thing. But one just died. One dying is normal. I'm talking about, like, the run is wiped. Like, the way this would probably end, like, probably this area would have to end. Like, if I poked this and it cascaded and filled the area with magma, the chance of recovering that would be so horrifically terrible. That would be the thing that I'd consider a wipe. More realistically, with Oxygen Not Included, it'd be either A, I get bored of it, or B, you know, people stop tuning in kind of thing. Because it was a problem, like, very genuinely, it felt like it was a big problem on the channel for a while. That I would start a game, and then I'd switch to the next game, and then switch to the next game, and then switch to the next game, and then switch to the next game. And it was hurting the channel because no one wanted to get invested in any of the runs I was doing, because it would only last, like, one stream. Can you recover that second base? Yeah, I will. What'll end up happening is I will sit there and, when the time comes for getting more dupes over, I mean, genuinely, I could actually, like, literally march dupes into the teleporter, which is here. march them into teleport and teleport them over instantly. But I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go over there the next time we have some pod in and go, yep, new pawn. Start running around doing. Because right now this is continuing to run with no one here. RimWorld is your number 2 game stream with 608, but the statistics may not be 100% accurate. Yep, time-wise it is my number 2 game. It was what most people tuned into the game before Project Zomboid picked up. That said, when it comes to viewership, it was up there, but not super up there. What was it? Where are you? That's not what I'm looking for. What is... That is not at all what I'm looking for. Silly gnome. We can probably find it doing that. There's all sorts of tools for these kind of things. So, like, if I look at the games that I've streamed... So, like, in the last year, Project Zomboid is the game I've streamed the most. I'll actually sort this by average viewership, and only games that have had a decent enough viewers for it to be worth considering. So Project Zomboid pulled in pretty decent numbers. I have so many games. So RimWorld actually did pretty okay. It's like 4th or 5th highest viewership. Like, for example, Subnautica Below Zero outperformed it. Kerbal Space Program almost kept up with it. Granted, it doesn't have enough hours to matter. Oxygen Not Included is almost at parity for RimWorld on viewership for me. Like, that's just kind of how it is. Like, RimWorld's a popular game, but it can be very hit and miss at times. Because the problem with RimWorld is most of the stuff that people want to tune in for is like 500% naked brutality runs, or other, like, really ridiculously sweaty challenge runs. That's the big draw to RimWorld. Or you have people who do variety, who they'll hop in, they'll have, like, one kind of story-driven run, and then they'll get back out, or they'll do, like, hop in, they'll do Twitch integration, and they'll hop back out. But usually for people who stream RimWorld consistently, they almost all end up having to go to, like really big challenge runs. And I honestly, like, Twitch integration, doing that once in a while in RimWorld can be fun, but to me it's a very different game than RimWorld, and it gets very frenetic, very chaotic, and that's not what RimWorld is to me. So it's fun to do, like, once in a while. But it's not, it's like, it wouldn't be fun for me to do on, like, all the time kind of thing. So it is one of those things that I don't go that. Ours is Ice Sheet, Naked Brutality, and 500%. Yep. Oh yeah, that's the kind of stuff that you see. Like, think about all, like, the big name people who, like, they main RimWorld when they were maining RimWorld, and almost all of them, it was some kind of challenge run. It wasn't necessarily 500% Naked Brutality for all of them, but they usually all have their thing they do to make it very difficult and challenging. You know, which it's fine. Like, that's kind of the content I was doing in Project Zomboid, was I was doing challenge runs as well. But at least Project Zomboid, even when you're doing, like, the 16 times pop shenanigans, like, the game doesn't get chaotic. Let's see, RimWorld is one of those games I can't play anymore. I still could watch it because I watch streams and streamer more than the game they play. Yeah. I don't mind playing RimWorld, but it's one of those ones if I played it all the time, because I already have... How many thousand hours? Because I played it a lot before... yeah, I already have about 1,500 hours in RimWorld. So it is one of those games that, like, I played a bunch before streaming, and I used to do, like, even on stream early on, I would do some of, like, the sweaty stuff. I don't know. My problem with RimWorld is when you start getting to, like, the 500% naked brutality, that kind of stuff, you have certain strategies you kind of feel forced to do, and people be like, oh, well, you can do this other one. But it's kind of like you have to cheese it in one way or another. It's just which cheese is acceptable and which cheese is not acceptable to you individually. Yeah, so I'm curious what happens here. Because for a little while, this thing's going to just run by itself. And my hope was that the temperature's going to come down. because I'm not running any of the stuff in here for generating oxygen that makes heat or anything like that. It's just kind of sitting here. Doesn't seem to be the case, though. Like, and this has been turned off for a while, so we don't really have a new source of heat down here. It's just the continuing source of heat. That's cooling this whole area. That's this whole place going to be a whole big thing to fix. It feels more like a tower defense game than a colony manager for you. You learn how to defend yourself against raid. The game throws you. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's like at its core. What? Why are you here? At its core, RimWorld, the combat is the thing that makes the game. Oh, you have been just dumping water in here this whole time that I have not been paying attention. How much is okay? Stop it. So that is actually a lot of liquid in there for making steam. So what I might do is I might wait till it starts becoming steam, and I might have someone just poke that door to open it and call it a day. Alright, so are you all hooked up now? You're all wired in here. You're all hooked up here. And you're all hooked up here. So what do I have you set? Minus 400? And he said, I did enjoy the very small colonies and playing with only one colonist. Yeah, my only problem with the Entombed. Where? Oh, I see. I didn't realize water got up there. Alright, so what do we got here? We got a good pawn that we can do something with. Okay. So we've got a person who can do construction over here. I would want a construction person, so good luck. And it does not matter what your schedule is, because you're all alone. Alright, so we need to cool this place off. And, oh, let's set your priorities. The reason I'm good with a construction person going over there is I do need construction to happen in a big way. So we can hopefully insulate that water pipe, and maybe that'll help. Let's see, RimWorld is Tynan was his smart tactics raiders versus players trying to get around it. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. There's the colony aspect of it, maintaining food and all that, which is certainly a mechanic in the game. But it's the it's almost always the combat that makes or breaks the game. Because it'll be either that or like the events that like they'll effectively attack your food, and then you have to try and fix it. Alright. So we don't have enough power to maintain that. That's not super shocking. Oh, the ice got cold enough that it turned... Or sorry, the brine water got cold enough it turned back into ice. That's fine. It should turn back before too long. Okay, so we'll get that going. Alright, bear with me for a moment, chat. I'm gonna go check with my wife what we want to do for dinner, and I'll be right back. Okay, she is already downstairs doing something. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is take my like little 5-minute break thing that I do for the middle of the stream. So bear with me for just a minute, because I'm going to stop the recording.